All right, how's that? Is that any better?
Oh, that works. All right, and we are live. All right, welcome everybody. Welcome to another episode of the Fifers
We got to
with
title
me,
these.
Gilly, Rocky fucking Aldretti, and Walter on it. Today first topic is gonna be since we got hit on
We,
climate change in that first episode,
we
then
got
we're gonna do a little bit about that and prove to these motherfuckers that climate change is fucking a scam. It's all about fucking tax dollars, making money, and making Al Gore even richer and all those other fucks richer.
John Kerry, the climate czar.
Oh yeah. See, there's one I'll share. See, there's one graph that I found. Estimated global temperature over the last 500 million years. It shows 500 million years ago the climate was a hell lot hotter. And then we started having ice ages, peaks, and valleys, and all that crap, right? And one of the Cretaceous hot greenhouse, world without polar ice caps, was hotter than it is today. So our average temperature is what, 59 degrees, versus 50 million years ago where it was over 80 degrees. So the climate does change. It's just happening natural, fucking people, not because of man-made shit, because of coal, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to tell you right now, the coal that we burn is low sulfur. It ain't high sulfur that creates acid rain like people were talking about back in the 60s, 70s, 80s. You
Oh,
know,
I remember that. Yeah. Yeah.
it's low sulfur. So it does not create that. And we fucking inject ammonia before it goes into the uh stack to fucking lower the fucking stack gas, the carbon emissions, to be within federal guidelines. And those emissions can go even lower too, you know. But why would they go even lower if we're meeting federal standards though? It's not the cars, it's not everything. When you do away with all the trees and shit, the plants, right, that take the CO out, scrub the CO, that's when you're really gonna get the emissions coming up. You
Yeah.
know,
Well, here's another thing that's a good question. I don't know if anyone asked, why are they still building hotels right next to the beaches and resorts and vacation resorts and all that? If they know that the world is going to flood over or that area is going to flood over in 30 years and someone building that thing is rich and their family's going to take over that business for a legacy, why would they build something that they know is going to flood so quickly?
and the
It
sea
doesn't make
states,
any sense at all. You know what I mean?
and
To
see, the
me,
oceans used to be higher. The oceans used to be higher because there's evidence in the Rocky Mountains where it was almost underwater
mhm.
at one point. Yeah, the climate does change and just pole shifts and all that. It's going to happen. Antarctica was never full of ice back in the day. There's maps from the 1500s, 1400s, 1300s
The Pyrenees.
showing showing Antarctica is lush and green. There's no permanent ice on this planet. That's where people need to get over with. Like I remember them growing talk about in school, right? 80s and 90s. Oh, polar ice caps gonna melt 5 to 10 years. They've been saying that shit for 40 years. Come on now. Yeah, they're gonna melt eventually, just probably not in our time.
So if they're lying about that, what else are they lying about?
Everything. All it is, it's a money making scam. That's what it is. It's fucking illegal. It's money laundering. They're stealing money. It's what they're doing.
Yeah, it is a scam.
Sorry, I'm trying to share the screen, but it's not showing up. Can you see
I can
any?
see it just fine. It doesn't
I can
fit.
I can
Size,
see it on my
size,
screen, but I don't
yeah.
see it being portrayed anywhere else.
Let me, you
Well, I'm only
know,
asking because you're talking ice caps, and this one came out. It doesn't fit the MSM narrative, and you can read down through it. There's a climate realist, like we're talking about, and going back to what Al Gore said, you got Arctic summers ice free by 2013. So we're almost 12 years past that already. And now, if you go down to basically Antarctica itself, scientists have been recording this, right? For the North Pole itself. So you can see right here, NOAA itself, Arctic ice extent right here. You can see where it's green, where it started to extend out and where they're projected. So starting at 2012, now you're at 2024, you can see how much land and ice has already generated again at the North Pole. So after all this, that we weren't going to have no ice caps, polar bears were going to be all dead. You look at the amount of time that's there and look at the extent of the landmass itself. So that already goes to show that we're already cooling back down.
Yeah.
More
We're
that
gonna
we do, the
We're
more
gonna be another ice age eventually.
well, carbon is the largest makeup of greenhouse gases. So CO2 is what keeps trapped inside of the earth, keep it warm up. You had a few others, yeah, it's going to go up by a degree, but you're not talking you if you reduce the amount of CO2, you're going to lose temperature faster than what you do warming it up. And you can look through the studies. It's under carbon buildup. I have to pull it back up again. So you already have that one done. We all grew up in the 90s. It was acid rain, right? Acid rain that it became CFCs, which was aerosols. So we got away from aerosols, which if you look at the CFC or chlorofluorocarbons, it's heavier than air. It never made it into the atmosphere. The ozone layer that you've seen eating away was underneath a volcano that was giving out sulfuric acid at that time. So they grabbed onto it and said, hey, we're going to use this another one.
Well, and click it back in the chats. Click on the map, the graph I shared to everybody. It shows before the ice age, right?
Yeah.
Goes down, an ice age, come back up, ice age again. So
Yeah.
we've had 450 million years ago, had a small one. Somewhere around 300 million years ago, 350, 475, right? Whatever. Ice age. That's the big one. Then we had another one. Then we had world without ice caps. They were back into another one 50 million years ago.
Right. And it goes back to like Rocky saying, I mean, why is all of these people buying beachfront property? If you know that the polar ice caps were going to melt back in 2013, why are we still buying, all of this land that's right up against the coastline?
Yeah, just like Rocky said. Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
It doesn't make any sense. I would invest my money in something better and a better venture than that.
It's the world leaders, coming up, the people who's actually telling the world, some of the world leaders, what the fucking do.
Yeah, who's giving them the orders?
It's all about control.
Yeah.
It's like the United Nations, says that shit. You know what? Okay, who the fuck controls them?
I have my theories on who that is. I'm not going to say who it is right now, but I would like to present more evidence that I think is actual, real, valid evidence.
And that's why Trump pulled us out of the Paris Accord when he got in office last time. Because why should we be paying them motherfuckers? Germany learned the hard way that they can't go all fucking green. And they tried that shit, and it bit them in the ass. Big time.
Yeah. Why would we even support countries that hate us?
Yeah.
Like, we want peace with everyone, but why are you going to give money to people that say death to America, F America? It doesn't make any sense. How is that even constructive to even being a nation among other nations and existing in peace with each other instead of being at each other's throats?
And if you look at the wind turbines, right? The wind turbines don't produce shit. They're not reliable, for one. And they do more damage to the fucking environment than fucking coal power plants or nuclear does, or gas plants do.
Yeah,
because it burns everything. And people don't realize how much oil it takes to fucking keep them lubed up, keep them running. How much maintenance goes into them. And then you talk about the big solar farms, right? They're fucking dosing down fucking tree lines, everything. Just pretty much wiping everything out to fucking put them up.
Yeah, talk to people in Scotland that just put up those wind turbines that were on the coast there, and they
Yep.
clear cut thousands of acres of old growth forest and everything to get those up. So if you're worried about cutting down trees and deforestation, might want to look at where you're putting up wind turbines and solar farms because they're cutting down, clear cutting those areas. And it's all over the world.
They're doing exactly what the farmers in the Midwest did when they had the bowl dust. Remember that in the 30s?
Great fucking dust bowl.
Yeah, they're doing exactly the same thing. They went out just fucking clear cut everything so they could have more land to farm on.
Right.
You know, but that hurts the environment more than keeping like tree lines and all that.
Yeah, because you don't have any roots in the ground
Yeah.
to hold it together. That's why if you go to Indiana, if you look at the way the farms are set up, and you probably see them around the country, there are small, I don't know, probably 5 to 10 acres of woods in between all of the farms out there. They keep windbreaks set up all over with natural forest they didn't cut down. It's
See,
all over.
see, there's a lot of farmland in Missouri that does that, but a
Mm.
lot of it don't either.
Yeah, those
See,
are the ones that get blown away.
yeah, see, me and my dad, we was going pheasant hunting one day. We drove by the place where his grandpa used to farm before his grandpa got sick and couldn't take care of it, so he sold it. The farmer had everything clear cut, everything. It was farming up against the road, plowing up against the road. And Dad goes, he said, Grandpa would fucking roll over his grave if he seen this shit today. He'd have a fit. You know how these fucking new farmers are fucking managing the land.
I got something to read if you guys don't mind.
No,
Yeah.
go ahead.
It's from this book. You hold a pale horse. It's on page 213. It's called The Secret Government Chapter.
Oh,
It says there's this it's talking about aliens and all that stuff, but I want you to hear this. It's not that long. It may take a couple minutes. Just be patient. It says a symposium was held in 1957, which was attended by some of the great scientific minds then living. They reached the conclusion that by or shortly after the year 2000, the planet would self-destruct due to increased population and man's exploitation of the environment without any help from God or the aliens. So it's telling you right there, aliens exist, but what are these aliens really? That will be for another time. Okay. By executive order of President Eisenhower, the Jason scholars were ordered to study this scenario and make recommendations from their findings. The Jason Society confirmed the finding of the scientists and made 3 recommendations called alternatives 1, 2, and 3. Alternative 1 was to use nuclear devices to blast holes in the stratosphere from which the heat and pollution could escape into space. They would then change the human cultures from that of exploitation into cultures of environmental protection. That's kind of what we see right now, right? It's not over yet, though. Of the 3 that was decided to be the least likely to succeed, due to the inherent nature of man and the additional damage the nuclear explosions would themselves create, the existence of a hole in the ozone layer may indicate alternative 1 might have been attempted. This is, however, only conjecture. I think it might have happened. I don't know. Or they're trying to make it happen. This also goes with Project Dominic or Fishbowl, which is a whole other conspiratorial thing to talk about. Alternative 2 was, I'm back to the book. Alternative 2 was to build a vast network of underground cities and tunnels in which select representation of all cultures and occupations would survive and carry on the human race. The rest of humanity would be left to fend for themselves on the surface of the planet. We know that these facilities have been built and are ready and waiting for the chosen few to be notified. My opinion, the deep underground military bases. There's a bunch everywhere. Okay. Alternative 3 was to exploit the alien and conventional technology order for a select few to leave the Earth and establish colonies in outer space. I am not able to either confirm or deny the existence of batch consignments of human slaves, which would be used for the manual of labor as part of the plan. The moon, codenamed Adam, was the object of the primary interest, followed by the Mars, codenamed Eve. I am now in possession of official NASA photographs of one of the moon bases. I believe that the Mars colony, was a reality. As a delaying action, all 3 alternatives included control, birth control. Oh my gosh, isn't that a problem nowadays? sterilization. Oh, that's happening too. And the introduction to deadly microbes to control or slow the growth of the Earth's population. Gee, I wonder what that is. AIDS is only one result of these plans. It was decided by the elite that since the population must be reduced and controlled, it would be in the best interest of the human race to rid ourselves of the undesirable elements of society. Now, this is really messed up, and I disagree with this, and it's wrong. And this is why our world is so screwed up. Specific targeted populations include Blacks, Hispanics, and homosexuals. That's the sentence right there. The joint US and Soviet leadership dismissed alternative 1, but ordered to begin the alternatives of 2 and 3 virtually at the same time. And now all 3 of them seem to be going at the same time, don't they?
Yeah.
And it's bad because you have Hollywood stars talking about, global warming and all this crap, and then you have actors that own freaking jets and tell you, hey, don't fly jets because you're going to ruin the atmosphere, but they're still doing it. It's complete hypocrisy. Now, this should be a reason why the normal American person, the normal self-respecting thinking person that doesn't get emotionally, doesn't think emotionally all the time, should put 2 and 2 together and say, why are they lying? Why are they actually lying?
Well, I think that problem is that it's been said before is like how many of us are sitting here talking about it? 3, and then you add I don't know, probably 1,000 people that may be talking about these issues. Look at the population of the United States at 330 million. Most of these people don't care about any of it. They move on, they do their day to day. They don't even like give themselves a second to even think about it. The critical thinking that people keep talking about it is diminishing very, very quickly.
I know.
It's staggering. You ever talk to people and you're wondering like, how can you be this unintelligent, common sense wise, or even just like we're talking about reading a book or any of that? You run into it more and more every day.
It's crazy because it really is. They're dumbing down the public, and that's a very dangerous thing. It's almost like, what's that movie that came out in 2005?
Idiocracy.
Yes. And the shoes that they used were Crocs, right? And I guess the movie designers wanted to make some shoes that look so stupid that no one would ever wear them, but they're really comfortable. And guess what's really popular nowadays?
That same type.
The same type of shoes, right?
Yep.
So I mean, these people are genius at fooling a lot of people, but they can't fool all the people all the time.
No. But the thing is that we've become the minority. If you look at generations, and I can even attest this, my kids' capacity from the way we learn has been greatly diminished in one generation. Yuri Bezmenov said the same thing. For communism to take over, it would take 2 to 3 generations. So we're into the second generation right now that you're seeing with the Zoomers. So you've already seen the propaganda move through, and it's not so much as communism, but in order to take over a society, like you wanted to take over the United States, you need 2 to 3 generations. Started in the 60s, you started with professors, right? Vietnam War comes in, the liberal thinking starts, and then it shifts. Some of those professors are still there teaching these same lessons in academia.
I know. Here's the crazy thing. When I see the professors that act like that, I think of the tribal leaders of the terrorists that we were fighting not too long ago, how they would send younger people to go die by committing suicide, unfortunately. And that's what they're doing with the college students. They're brainwashing them and then weaponizing them against their own society, which is really sad. It's a complete scam. And I think some people have caught on to that. And now that's why college was a big deal. Remember when we were growing up, you had to get a college degree. And even in the Navy, they're like, hey, you need to get a college degree, especially that one MCPON. But then that MCPON left, and then the other one took over, and he said, no, 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 because of other circumstances. But the
What?
college degree did not become that important. Yes, it would add points to you when you were going for
Yeah.
chief or officer or whatever, right? The continuing education for continual improvement, because they're going to look at that stuff. But now people are college educated, but they have no common sense. Or
And
they're in
just
debt.
because
They go to college for 4 years and get debt that's like $160,000 to $400,000. That's enough to buy a nice house or a small house. And now they got to pay that off with a job that doesn't pay a lot of money. They're forever enslaved in debt. It's debt slavery. That's a scam.
yeah,
and that's why
oh, go
and
ahead,
that's
Gil. Go
and
ahead.
that's why the trades, it's wide open. People go to the trades right now, and they
Yeah,
can kill it.
I mean, I'm telling my sons, go into the trades. Go in the trades, learn a trade, learn how to do it right, make your money, get your experience. On the flip side, go to college, get a business degree on how to run a business, because that will actually help you. Start your own business. Because if you get a trade and it's not that expensive to get one, like, I don't know, let's talk about AC and refrigeration, right? That was a good job in the Navy. And I'm sure some of the guys that retired as engine men or whatever, or machinist mates, they got out of the Navy, they took that on, and then they started their own business. So they're making like $30,000, $50,000 a year in the Navy. When they get out, start their own business and outside in the civilian world, they can charge whatever they want, and they can pull 6, maybe 7 figures, as long as they're smart with their money and they budget everything. And then
Well,
their certifications are paid off. They recertify every couple years or whatever the periodicity is, and they're making money. And all those people in college that think they're smarter, guess what? They can't turn a wrench. They can't read a gauge. And guess what? They're going to pay $200 an hour for you to fix something that takes 20 minutes. And guess what? Who's winning then?
well,
It's
talk about HVAC guys. The
yeah.
HVAC at the power plant I worked at, when I left, their base pay was $45 an hour, just base pay. And then you add overtime over that, on top of that, they're making, and some of them are clearing over 100,000 a year, clearing. When I left the power plant in the warehouse, I was making $35 an hour in the warehouse. If I would have stayed in operations, went to the control room, I would have been making $47 an hour. Or if I would have stayed in mechanic, because I went from operations mechanic to warehouse, right? If I would have did journeyman or got the journeyman mechanic there, I've been making $44 an hour. The money's there. And you're right. On the business side, it's even there too.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not going to knock someone that does a trade, and I know this goes into like relationships and dating, but we're not really going to talk about that right now. But those people that think they're smarter than someone that's getting paid a lot more money, I'm sorry, you're not if you're in debt.
Yep.
You're not, because you're going to keep spending money to try and make money, and you're never going to catch up unless you have spending discipline.
Well, hold on a second. I'll go into the debt thing here in a second. Let's close out climate change and then move into debt itself. Do we have anything else that we want to go? Because we already talked about people around the world, the studies that are out there. The government will buy its own studies. They'll fund, they'll fund a college or scientist. They'll get what they want out of it, and then they'll call it and they throw it out every time. We've already read how many scams now over the decades that we've lived.
Because there's millions of studies out there, but people are going to believe, or they're going to publish the ones what they're being paid for.
Right.
Their findings may be something else, and the people who's paying them say, "No, you're going to publish this. What we tell you to publish."
Exactly, because they lose that.
It's not true scientific work no more. It's all about who has the most money nowadays.
Yeah, that's why you get those idiots that say, what is it? What's the one thing that they're always talking about with sex? What is it? I forgot. I left my mind, where they're like, men and women can be the same or something like that, or something like that, which is completely not scientifically accurate at all.
Right.
And
Reality.
the true scientists nowadays, they're getting belittled,
Yes.
or blackballed. because they're not doing it for the money. They want people to know the truth.
Yeah.
But they're very little nowadays compared to what everyone else is. It's all about the money.
Right.
Follow the money, people. That's all you got to do.
That's been such a great saying, and I don't remember where I heard it, but you'd got to follow the money.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if it happens in a crime or whatever, right? Follow the money.
Yes, sir. I mean, like you said, people are going to believe what they want to believe. The information is out there. If you pay attention to it, you can close it out. And you know what the biggest thing is, the more that I read, like that note was their use of play of words, right? If you read it again, it was like, yes, human intervention is what's causing climate change. Well, of course, we all contribute to it.
But it's very minute compared to what the climate's actually doing to itself.
It's not very big. And, I'll say this with what George Carlin said is that, people think that we're something special on this planet, and the way he said it is we're nothing more than fleas on a dog. You know what I mean? You look how large this planet is and the ecosystem. We have some narcissistic view like we're something special here because we got opposable thumbs and we can sit here and talk. We're never going to offset this planet. The planet will get rid of us when it's ready to. Look at natural disasters. It never stops.
The funniest thing about it is we're made from the planet.
Yeah.
From the dust you came, the dust you shall return.
Exactly. I mean, stop thinking that you're some kind of virtue signal about the climate. Yeah, we should recycle. We should take care of it. We should pick up our trash. We should respect nature. But, trying to offset these things, you're not going to do it. I mean, you're just not.
My whole qualm with it is, when you kind of know what I believe, but when it's time when this place gets destroyed, guess what? There's going to be a comet or something that comes that poisons all the water, and kills all the sea life and kills all the plant life. And then there's going to be something else that happens. All the sea life's going to die. All the plant life, or most of it's going to die. And that's when you'll probably have the global warming, which sets up for when they say the sun comes out and burns everyone that takes the mark of the beast.
Yeah.
Well, there's your global warming. But, and of course, everyone that's sealed and has the name of God or the seal of God on them, the Most High God, the real one, they're not going to be affected by it. It's almost a mirror of what's happened in Exodus with the plagues. When he said, when he says, I'm going to separate the Egyptians from the Israelites. I'm going to keep the Israelites safe, and I'm going to keep the Egyptians getting hurt because they won't repent, because the Pharaoh keeps on not repenting. And it happened, right? And then after that, Egypt never recovered after that. They never recovered after that. They became strong again, but they never got to the point when they were like that. And that's just real world history. But, that's an example of that's the difference right there. And I don't think people understand what's really going on yet. It's so far unimaginable, unconscionable, because you're brainwashed in school to think you're a freaking damn animal, that you're not actually important to somebody else. Someone made you for a reason. Someone has you on this planet for a reason at a certain time. You may not know that reason, but that doesn't mean that you're not important to that being that had you exist. And we're not going to get into religion and all that stuff, but that's just an example,
We're all put here, I'll always believe that we're put here for a reason. Everybody's got their own destiny. What I'm saying is that people, always think that they can change this planet. You're not going to. We're not. There's nothing for us to change. It's already made the way that it is. It'll do what it needs to. And it has not, like I said, natural disasters. Look at California, right? They don't want to clean out their dead forest. Well, guess what? Lightning strike hits, and now you have forest fires everywhere. That's a natural occurrence. You thought that happened before we started making structures around there? Happened all the time. Look at I seen it when I was out there back in 2011 at Mount Laguna, like Laguna Seca. Had a huge wildfire, cleared everything out. Next thing you know, everything's flourishing around that lake. in those mountains. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you can try to change as much as you want to. You ain't going to do nothing about it. Quit trying to say you're going to do all these things. It does nothing but grab money for people.
Money and power and control.
Yep.
And everyone,
That's what it boils
everyone
down to.
thinks these new EVs, right? These EV cars is going to save the planet. No, look what the destruction you're doing to the fucking planet by digging up those fucking materials to make those fucking batteries.
But remember, there were some people that invented cars that could use water.
Yes,
I
and those
was
people,
going to get on that
something
one.
like, huh?
and those people they end up dead
Yes.
by
Yeah.
by unknown circumstances, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
Get on that.
that's another reasons why they don't like moonshine, because moonshine can power cars.
I didn't know that one. That's pretty
Yes,
funny.
it can. Moonshine is a gasoline type of gasoline if you make it strong enough.
Well, I guess that's how the Dukes of Hazzard drove around all the time, huh? I don't know. I'm just
But
playing.
no, it's throughout history, it's been pointed out not the moonshine that we drink, right? They sell in the stores, right?
Mhm.
But you can make it high enough proof to it will burn. Real moonshine will burn.
Yeah, it's called ethanol. They run fucking NASCARs and funny cars off that shit.
And if you watch moonshiners, right? There's some of those old timers, they'll put it in a cap and let it on fire to see how quality it is. I mean, hydrogen is a good, fuel that comes from the earth.
Yeah.
But it's also dangerous too if you don't know what the fuck you're doing with hydrogen.
No, it's not as dangerous as what everybody's putting out. Everybody knew who Bob Lazar is, guy that exposed Area 51.
Yeah, I remember him.
Okay, so he did a special, I don't know, a couple years ago. He showed his hydrogen-powered Corvette. So he built an electrolysis machine, basically pulling hydrogen from water and then using it to go into a tank. The way that it was augmented was through the fuel jets, like fuel injectors. So he was augmenting with hydrogen. There's a shutoff in there in the tank that if it does catch on fire, guess what? It's going to be real hot, real quick, and that's the end of it.
And
Unlike the EVs that will burn for fucking days.
But the hydrogen, when it catches on fire, you can't see the flame. And how I know this, we use hydrogen in our generators for the cooling.
Yeah. Yeah, you can detect the heat.
And as soon as that gas,
on
if
fire.
you got a leak, right, it will catch on fire.
Oh, yeah. It's not, I'm not saying it's not everything's dangerous. Gasoline, anything flammable is dangerous, no matter how you put it together or anything like that. All of them, anything that's combustible is dangerous.
But you see this,
there's always a risk, right?
Yeah. But now you see you still see these dumb fucks when they at the gas station smoking while they're filling up their tanks. I'm like, it ain't the fucking, you don't realize, people, the fucking fumes was what's flammable in the fucking gas. It ain't the fucking liquid itself, it's the fucking fumes. Just like all the hydrogen. Like when we had to unload hydrogen at the plant, that was always my job. I loved doing it. But they made sure no smoking, anything. And when those fucking relief valves go off, it sounds like a fucking machine gun. One time, because I had one tank failed to set off the relief valve. I went running, and that guy's laughing. He said, "You'd be fucking dead if it truly blew up."
Yeah.
But it's that reaction of boom, I'm running. Just like that's why the Navy, the diesel fuel we had to have on board had to be a flash point of 140 or higher. I made this point out to refuel one time on the Laboon. And I was a refueling guy. Well, I took I had a little bucket of gas, diesel, with me. I was going to, fuck it, I'm going to have me a smoke before I go back down below. I'll sit on top of that fucking bucket, smoking. And everyone's like looking at me. I said, look, it ain't the diesel's not going to blow up at all. And the captain came in there. He said, that's a little dangerous. I took my cigarette, put it right in that bucket. Everybody scattered. I said, it's not going to catch on fire. And it did.
No, because diesel has a lot of oil and it has to be compressed or atomized very fine for it to catch on fire.
Yes, you are engineers, we know.
Because diesel is the less refined fucking type of gas. It's not as refined as much.
Well, and we're, like Rocky said, we're only explaining it for the audience that's looking at it and understand like fuels and combustibles. Everything has those limits. So why are we scared about moving on? Like I said, water powered car, use hydrogen.
Because I think because the world is run by petroleum.
It is big
And
oil.
even our medicines, our pills that we take that we're supposed to take to get rid of something or help something out, it's made by petroleum. It's a petroleum-based product. But the problem is, which we'll have to talk about another day, this is another thing to talk about, is when you take those pills, the side effects of those pills that you're taking may cause another problem for you. And you have those jokes in like South Park where they're like, hey, if you take this pill, it'll help you, but your ass will bleed, or some shit like that. But that's because they're telling you in a comedic way that, hey, this is actually true, probably. And you probably should look into it because you might not want to take those medicines. But our world is run a lot on petroleum-based products. And all of the pills, all the medicines we take, a lot of it's petroleum based. That's why they always try to get rid of like holistic healing or something like that, or using plant life to heal things, right? Because you can have a bear that will go out in the field and eat grass. And guess what? There's something in that grass that bear is eating, even though it's not normally going to eat grass, that will prevent it from getting cancer. And
Well,
that's the
they
problem.
fight each other. I mean, how many wounds do animals get out there that don't die, and how are they healing? They're naturally healing out there.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, eating grass, so they know what they need to eat to heal themselves.
Yeah, and it's like, how did we lose that? How did we lose that instinct? Or did we have that instinct, but we accept what other people say because they happen to be in a place of authority, but
There's
authority, the Death Star, Project whatever. I'm just Dr. Evil now. I
no,
can't help it.
and
I'm sorry.
it's part of the climate change stuff that we're talking about is like you have the alternatives, real true alternatives. They are there for reduction of what we need. Problem is, it just they keep running the grift. It's more money to put where they want to.
Yeah, because other people want to benefit themselves and not benefit everyone else.
Right. Well, and here's a big one. I did just an American government class last term was the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. Those guys have more authority than anybody thinks they know, or the Department of Energy. They can come in, take land, say, hey, this is here. We want this. We have the authority to take your land. No questions asked. There was the ranchers out in Nevada that had to stand off with the feds because they were trying to take their land. Penn and Teller back in the day with bullshit even said it too. Ranchers would rather kill an endangered species on their land than help it because they'll lose their land. So you're actually hurting the environment with the EPA. And speaking of, the fluoride thing has now been proven, and now they're in court, the EPA is, to remove it. So RFK is on track because it's actually in the courts right now. They're actually being sued for the fluoride because of the neurodevelopment stunting that's been happening from it for years.
Talk
The
about
first
fluoride.
the first movie I heard about with sorry, Jay, you go, bro.
But talk about fluoride, right? Look how many people, because what they clean your teeth with? Fluoride, right? Look how many people that go to this every fucking year. By the time they're 60 years old, they got fake teeth. Their teeth are fucking falling out. That fluoride's destroying the fucking enamel, everything on it. See, I haven't been to a dentist since I got out of the Navy. I still have all my teeth. I still chew. I mean, yeah, I got some fake teeth, but that's for when I got a baseball stuck in my mouth, line drive, call it line drive in my mouth when I was fourth grade or third grade, something like that. But my dad, he was biting a sandwich one day, Subway sandwich. Fucking two teeth fell out. And he went to the dentist every fucking year on the dot. My mom, she's had some of her back teeth fall out or had to get pulled because they got ruined. And I've only had one cavity in my fucking life. And that's what I was in the fucking name. They found it, they fixed it, blah, blah, blah. And that sub bitch has never popped out. Like some people's, feelings, they pop out.
You
Mine
know,
hasn't.
I think I know why the EPA gets a bad rap sometimes. It's from the movie Ghostbusters. Remember the EPA guy in the movie?
Oh, yes.
When the ghost, or when he tries to stop them from catching the ghosts and everything.
Yep.
And then they have the meltdown and all the ghosts, and then the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man comes. What did you do, Ray? But I think that might be why. I don't know. That's just my funny opinion.
Yeah, and they, like I said, it wraps up with the climate, climate change and the agenda. We've already, many examples of businesses that are involved with this. I mean, you go back to Obama, you got Solyndra out in California, completely failed, but they put all that money into green energy, wind turbines, same thing. There's huge contracts that companies are bidding on to make these things. Look at the solar farm in Texas. They got hailstorm, completely freaking destroyed.
That the 2021 Hellstorm?
Yeah, no, this was just recently. I think
Okay.
I have to look it up, but I think it was earlier this year. Yeah, it was huge solar farm, and hailstorm came through and just wrecked that thing completely destroyed it. But then again, if you know a natural disaster is going to take it out, guess what? You have replacement, so you got a continual amount of income replacing these things.
Yes, it's like making cars not so good so that you have to replace car parts all the time.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of apparent when you just kind of like put two and two together kind of thing. Well, this one is this way because of this way, and this is how they both act. It kind of makes sense. It's a good scheme. And I think everyone just buys it because they got no other choice, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when cars came with a manual, how to fix them yourself.
Yeah.
Just the carburetor, all that bullshit now. Now they have warnings on shit. Do not eat the fucking battery.
Well, that's like the idiots that would eat the Tide Pods. Like, why did that become a thing when you would eat Tide Pods? Like, what would possess you to think that's a good idea?
I say just fucking take all the warnings off shit like it used to be. No warnings on anything. And let natural selection happen. I mean, come on now. That will come on the fucking people right there. You take out the dumbest ones because they're going to do stupid shit.
I think that they had to do that because that's why ORM was made in the military, operational risk management, right? Because you'd have people doing some stupid crap and getting themselves shot and hurt or killed and endangering a whole unit or whatever, right? So you had to be like, don't stick your finger in a metal fan, because you don't want to lose that finger.
Or stick your dick in the motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, it's silly. We say it that in an exaggerated way, but it's for a reason. It's because people really do some stupid things.
Or like you, light the bar on fire with the flaming Lamborghini.
Oh man, that's what man. That should be a scene in a movie. Like if they made a movie, that would be a great scene in a movie. It would be hilarious.
Or me almost getting shot in fucking Thailand. A man had to come fucking get me for getting shot.
And you're right. And it goes back to what we're saying. Like everybody's becoming gullible. Like the ORM thing and putting warning labels on. And then you add in lawyers on top of that to sue everything. Everybody's out for money. If you boil it all down to a point, it's all about money. If I create ORM, those are all the programs I have for you. If I make car parts, susceptible to breakage easier, the list goes on and on and on and on, and don't get me wrong, capitalism is great, but when you sustain a system that allows it to continue, we used to, like you're saying, we used to be able to fix lawnmowers. There was lawnmower shops. I worked one as, a teenager. Now you get a lawnmower, it breaks, you just throw the damn thing out and go buy a new one. You don't even try to fix it anymore. You know what I mean?
It's cheaper to replace it nowadays.
Exactly.
And what's funny is a lot of YouTube channels or YouTube videos are on how to fix things.
Yep.
How to change oil in a generator, right? Like a Predator generator. It doesn't matter what number, model, whatever. How to do it, right?
Yep.
And it's sad that they want you to maintain something, but they don't want you to fix it, because if you fix it, then you don't spend a whole lot more money.
That's like
Exactly. And all this, like I said, now you're increasing waste. You could actually reduce waste again, right? The landfills wouldn't be filled up if all of us could fix everything.
that's like River. One of his remote control cars broke one day, right? He goes, Dad's broke. I said, you gonna try to fix it? He said, yeah. So he got the tools out, tried to fix it. He goes, Dad, can't be fixed. I said, I know, because that's why they're making toys nowadays, shit like that. But he did. He tried to fix it because he didn't want it. He liked that one. That was his favorite one.
Yep.
I said, if you can fix it, fix it. I said, but you need to start learning how to do it yourself. You know, I'm gonna sit back and see if you can do it. You know, a lot of things he does fix because his mind is like that. See, before when he was real young, when I took him out of the crib to put him into his toddler bed, right? I was put together with him there, and I haven't taught him anything about, screwdrivers or anything yet, because he was only less than a year old. And I was looking for the screwdriver, and he handed me the right one I needed without me saying anything. And when I started looking for nuts and bolts, right, he started handing me the right ones that I needed. So his mind's already, he's already got that engineering mindset, which I'm glad he does, because not every kid has that nowadays at his age. It's like, yeah, kids make fun of him at school, right? Because all the book stuff, he's not as good as they are. But when it comes down to fixing things or cooking, he is. And I tell you what, they make fun of you. That's ask them if they could cook, smoke a chicken, smoke a turkey, make biscuits and gravy by themselves. Can they build something? I said, you throw it back in their fucking face, and see what happens.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, we're all on climate change right now, self-reliance. Those have all been taken away from us.
Yeah.
Imagine if we all had our own farms right now, running farms and, self-reliance, that was taken away all those years ago. I mean, come on now.
Well, see, that's one thing I wish I would never sold a house in the country when I moved here to Boothville. I wish I would never sold that place, because I had a big ass garden, and everyone's like, well, you'll never get the garden to grow because it's clay. I said, you can get a garden to grow. You just got to fertilize the hell out of it and turn that into good soil. And I did. That first year, my corn was 7 feet tall. I had green beans. I had 48 tomato plants. And that son of a bitch, everyone's like, how'd you do it? I said, a mixture of triple 12 from Horselands, fertilizer, and a hell of a lot of cow shit. I said, you till it up, you keep tilling it up. I said, then you don't take away like the stalks. You don't just remove them for next year. You plow them back into the ground for your nutrients. I said, that's one thing these new farmers are fucking up on. These big farmers, not all of them, but a lot of them, they will not till that shit back into the soil on shit. And that's why they got to use all these goddamn fucking Roundup and fuck whatever they're using, right? That's why the food is getting poisoned, because these motherfuckers ain't doing it the way our ancestors did, the way their grandfathers did, or anything like that.
Also, you got to worry about seeds. The seeds that people are selling, some of them are genetically modified.
Yes.
And I think there is some kind of push to stop people from getting the actual naturally God-made seeds of plants and trees and fruits, because those are actually more healthier than the genetically modified ones.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
And that would connect with pharmaceutical companies, making sure that people are continually sick to make money. I mean, I'm sure that that's just a theory, but it might be reality.
Because I am a true believer.
When you're thinking about it, you're kind of like, well, why are they making it so that you can't have seeds?
Yep.
Why are you only allowed to do these seeds? Why are they going after you if you have natural seeds that have not been genetically modified or whatever, right?
Yeah.
See, I'm a true believer that food can heal you. The right food will heal you.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a story about a guy that had cancer and he ate like apricot seeds or something like that. And it got rid of the cancer. And I think there's an agent in actual grapes that kills cancer too. I don't know what it's called off the top of my head, but I've seen videos on it, I've seen documentation on it and all that stuff. And it's reality. And some people let that news get out, but then when they get that news out, they're automatically persecuted and jailed, or they find some way to catch them with tax evasion or some other weird thing.
Well, just look at like weed, right? Certain, weed can stop or kill certain types of cancer. That has been proven. But the people doing the studies, for the government, they don't want that shit out there to be known. I mean, yeah, weed is not a miracle cure for everything. Everyone knows that because not everybody body can handle the THC on certain things, but it works great for anxiety and stuff like that. But you got to have the right strand for it. All that bullshit. I mean, look at the Native Americans. They smoke their own shit. Hardly any of them. You remember any of them getting cancer back in the day?
Not that I know.
I mean, if we go back into the Native Americans, medicine stuff, right?
They're very, very intelligent and smart.
Yes. That's the type of medicine
they
that
had a
doctors.
lot of wisdom, man. They had a lot of wisdom and knowledge that I think it's lost on a lot of people because they can't get past someone else looks different from me, which is so
A doctor needs to start studying what the Native Americans have done for fucking thousands of years
Well,
when it comes to medicine.
and to go on Rocky's side too, is that a lot of their ideals aren't mainstream. Everybody thinks it's like fringe or you're crazy. You're talking about all these weird spiritual things. And come to find out, there's a lot more spiritual going on than what these people want to realize. I was just talking about, when you wanted to jail somebody, you just come up with they're crazy. They got, they're psychotic, they're schizophrenia, and it's easy to pass somebody off because of that reason.
Oh, because of psychology.
Yeah.
Psychology is, the study of I think it's the study of a man's soul. I can't remember what it actually is. But how can you study something you can't even see?
Right.
That you don't know how it's made. It's been made by someone else. You can study it to the best of your ability, but you're never going to get it 100% down packed and understand it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's reality.
Exactly. And going back through all the farming and, if you grew your own crops, you're already resetting your carbon footprint by providing more plants out there. It's a cycle that we were all pulled from. And I was telling Gilly, I remember a story, when we were pulling into San Diego way back in 2000, what, one somewhere in there, you could see the dust cloud hanging over San Diego. Like literally from the ocean, it looked like thunder over the top of that place. And it was just brown with shit. And I think the major cities is a big contributing factor. Ain't so much about CO2 emissions, but air quality. Get out to the country, get out to the woods, get that fresh air. When you're fucking stuck in a city, man, you got every toxin there is out there. No wonder why it's like fucking crazy.
Because it's a concrete fucking jungle.
Exactly.
They fucking bulldoze all the fucking trees down that used to be there. If you're going to build a city, build it to where nature's still included. If you got a concrete jungle, yeah, air quality's going to be shit. Like you said,
we
out
are
to the country.
I mean, one of our first assignments as people was to be caretakers of the garden.
Yeah.
So, that been the Garden of Eden, but the rest of the world is like a garden too, right? And you're supposed to be a caretaker for it. That doesn't mean that you do all the stuff that people do nowadays, but I think that's been lost on us too. Like we don't understand what we're supposed to be doing because we have so many other distractions and influences all the time that no one really knows what they're supposed to be doing. And I don't think anyone has enough time or enough sense to think, well, what should I be doing?
Well,
What, you know?
look at the bees, right? A lot of people want to kill the bees off. No,
Oh
you
no,
got to
that's a
have
bad
those
idea.
bees.
That's bad. That's a bad
Got to
idea.
have the bees. You know, plus the bees produce honey that can fucking heal you.
Yes. And if you're allergic to certain things and the bees make the honey and then you eat the honey, it goes into your system and I think it helps you get accustomed
That's
to it or adapt to it, right? It's adaptation.
but it's local. You got to use local honey for that.
Yes. Yeah,
See, I use see, I got an aunt and uncle that have their own pony bee thing. I mean, it's not big, but it's local here in Missouri, mid Missouri. It's Silver Creek honey. Dude, that's some of the best fucking honey, but it depends on how the year is. If they like the year before, it was a light color, right? Because we didn't have much rain. This last year, it was fucking dark. And that's some of the best honey right there. And I use that in my cooking all the damn time. You know, if I have tea, if I'm sick, I'll put honey instead of sugar. I'll use that honey in my fucking tea.
it's like natural.
Yes.
It's probably
It's like a
better
natural antibiotics, what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't want to get stung by bees, but I do want them to live.
Well, see, I'm allergic to
What I
bees.
mean?
See, like me, I'm allergic to bees. But I can have people that's allergic to bees can still have the honey. That's why I think a lot of people that are allergic to bees, I think that's the reason why they stay away from it, from the honey, because they think if I eat the honey, I'm gonna have, you know, my throat's gonna close up, blah blah blah. No, that's not the case.
Like an anaphylactic reaction?
Yes,
Okay.
it's just the stinger that fucking the poison in the stinger is what gets you. You know, it's not the fucking actual honey that they're producing.
Well, and let's play a little bit with mythology with Zeus. You know, they found remnants. You know, he was brought up on milk and honey, goat's milk and honey, and they found jars, you know, around Greece that still had fresh honey in it. You know, honey truly doesn't go bad. If it goes bad, it crystallizes.
Yeah,
You know,
but you can still use it.
ages.
Was that on the island of Crete?
I believe so. I think it was.
That's because there's a real tomb to Zeus there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really real.
And speaking of that, I know you're gonna laugh at me, you know, but I don't give a fuck, right? But I was watching a Hallmark movie, right?
Oh my gosh, what is wrong with you?
But they did this, it was about honey, you know, bees and all that. They found 3,000-year-old fucking honey, and it was still good.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, I said you're gonna laugh at me.
Well, you know, you see those books in my background, right? Like my bookshelf. That's part of my books. In one of those books, it talked about that they did archaeology. They did a dig in Sumeria, which is in Iraq, and they found a recipe to beer. And they made that recipe to beer after they were able to read the cuneiform tablets and everything, right? From the Rosetta Stone after all that. They made the beer. It was the best tasting beer they ever made, they ever had.
Why do you think the Belgian monks make beer?
Well, I think that Sumeria and Assyria, I think some of those people moved to Germany and those places. And that's why that beer is so great out there too.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I never had a bad beer in Europe. Never did. Now, I've had some bad wine in France and bad champagne in France, but bad beer, no.
You're making me think of the Finding Nemo guy. I forget what it is. He goes like this, I'm going to do this in Finding Nemo. You know what I'm talking about? He sounded like he was French. I can't help it. I'm not making fun of him. It's funny because it's in a cartoon and it made me laugh.
The one thing I liked about France was the fucking food. That was it. The people, fucking assholes.
Ugh.
You know, I did not give a fuck about France.
Like the smash sandwich. That was it. I didn't think French cuisine is fucking terrible.
It was good. Fuck. Good. That's like some people say White Castle sucks. I love White Castle ham, even though I can't eat them no more because my alpha-gal, but still.
White Castle's still good.
It's still the shit.
Or what is it? White Castle and Crystal is the argument.
They're the same. God damn it.
But yeah, I mean that this all goes back to like, closing out again is, like Rocky said, nobody knows what they're supposed to be doing anymore. We're supposed to be taking care of nature.
And
And
each other, and each other,
yeah, yeah, exactly, each other.
no matter what you look like.
Yeah,
I'm going to harp on that because I can't stand it. I can't stand it. And when I grew up as a little kid in Wilmington, California, my best friend was a black guy. His name was DeAndre Jackson. I don't know whatever happened to him. Another good friend of mine was a Vietnamese guy named V.
yeah,
And I had another good friend. His name was Neil, and he was white. And another guy, his name was Timothy, and he was white. And I'm Mexican. So, I grew up in an environment where I got along with everybody because we were not taught to hate each other.
yeah. It
It's
was,
just, it's a damn shame that people are taught to hate each other. Why don't they look at who the person is?
yeah.
Who
Me,
you are and what you do. Like in Batman, you are who what you do defines you, right? It's kind of true in a sense, right? What you do actually does define you. How you act and how you portray yourself and how you carry yourself, it does define what kind of person you are. And I go back to what Martin Luther King said, I'm not going to look at the color of your skin. I'm going to look at the content of your character
yeah,
and determine and discern whether you're a good person or not a good person. And that's where you get the chance to become friends or not. But if people could just stop looking at each other in hatred all the time, I think the world would probably be a better place. I mean, and that right there, racism is a scam in that sense. We all
Well,
related. We
well, just like,
all our blood comes out red, right? We're not like Predator where we get shot in the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie and it's green blood. We don't have blood that's acid like the aliens from the Alien movie, right?
yeah.
Come on, like seriously.
What was the
well,
what was the joke that we pulled too when we were overseas? It's all pink inside, so it doesn't matter what color it is. Pink and
right. It's a little
Oh,
pink and maybe a little slanted. So,
but it's all pink inside. Yeah,
yep.
you're 100% right. We grew up, 80s and 90s, and we had friends of everything. I grew up in Florida and Indiana, and like me and Gilly were talking before, like we didn't see those things. We wouldn't just hung out with each other. Like if you liked playing video games, we played video games with each other. If you liked hip hop, you listen to hip hop.
you know what a great example of that is? Remember when we were in the Navy? Everyone would hang out with everyone.
Yes.
For the most part. You would have a group and they would be all different races, all different colors from different backgrounds in life. And we were all serving in the United States Navy and getting along perfectly fine. And we would have each other's backs and protect each other. Even if you went out on Liberty and you got in a fight with another ship. Remember that crap in Yokosuka? When
Oh, hell
other
yeah.
ships would fight other ships, like the Fife would fight the Independence because the Independence was still there and it wasn't the shitty hawk yet. I
Yep.
think, if I'm correct, it was
No, you're right.
right?
No, you're right on that.
And you know what? How is that lost on people? We all come from like it bothers me. It actually breaks my heart, to be honest. And I think that we need to stop looking at what people did in the past because everybody makes mistakes because no one's perfect. Learn how to forgive each other and try to bring the best out in everybody. And I think right now it's a high time to try and do that. I don't think anyone's going to fucking listen to me. Oh, you're stupid, Rocky, blah blah. Well, you're fucking stupid for not listening and go fuck yourself. Anyways, go Foxtrot Yankee. Anyways, you know, um that's what we should be doing. Do we really want to be we're like on the verge of World War III now again, right? That's a problem. That's a problem because what do we depend on the most right now? Technology.
Yep.
And if something happens, it's going to be an EMP and it's going to knock everyone back to the 1700s, the 1400s. We might not even be in the 1400s because telegraphs won't even work. You know
Who,
what I'm saying?
well,
So,
who was it? It was Albert Einstein said the Fourth World War would be fought with sticks and stones.
yeah,
So we're heading that way now.
yeah, and we're going to screw it all up if we don't start doing the right thing. But I think the problem is people can't agree on what the right thing is because everyone does what's right in their own eyes.
Right.
you know, and that's a definite problem. I didn't mean to get off on that little, uh, what is it?
No, that's fine.
Tangent,
No, that's
tangent.
fine.
But I mean, that's what I think.
Our tangent off of everything that happens with all of us. It's that ADHD that we got in the military.
Yeah,
No,
maybe.
I'm
I
sure
don't
we
think I
was
have
all.
that problem. I know I can
Now,
pay attention, but I decide not to pay attention to some things.
if they diagnosed ADHD like they do now, back when we was in fucking school, every one of us, they would have us all drugged up.
Yeah.
Well, I think ADHD truly with people is people with ADHD have a higher capacity to move between conversations because we're already thinking, like you're moving critical thinking, things that we already know. You already have intelligence. So yeah, we can bounce back and forth. It happens all the time because you think about one thing, oh, and it brings up this, and you're like, hey, what about this? Let's bring this up. So I don't see it as a deficiency.
No,
No,
actually, it kind of shows you that a lot of things are just interconnected. What's going on in one realm of like global warming has to do with politics, has to do with people not doing the right thing, has to do with people wanting only money and power and control. And it's like that meme I said, I don't know who it is. It's the guy from It's Sunny in Philadelphia. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And he's got like this poster and it's got lines and clip and little thumbtacks everywhere. It's like that. It's all interconnected, but it's so big that you can only focus on one thing at a time, but you're going to see the interconnectivity in all of it. They all have to do with one another.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. That does make a lot of sense too, because a lot of it, everything we're going to come back to is all connected together, just outside of the subject, but it's all connected together.
Yeah, and it's crazy because you can say there's a billion scams out there. I mean, the biggest scam and probably the worst scam is men and women being taught to hate each other. That's that's probably the worst one. And I think that's one from hell. That one is from hell because someone wants people to die. But, and then you have people complaining that, one sex oppresses the other, but then there's a low birth rate because of the marriage laws. And it's like, are they trying to lower the population or are they not trying, or are they trying to build the population? You got to fix one to fix the other. And
Well,
who's gonna fix it? And
that
how's it gonna get fixed?
definitely lead to the Georgia Guidestones as, reducing the population, keeping it in nature's balance. What they say, 500 million.
Yeah, so you can control the population. That's something like I don't know if that's a good idea, but who's going to volunteer to die first?
Yeah, I mean, are you going up the $1 billion people or the corporation owners? Are you going to take the first one? I mean, who are you going to start with? You're going to start with the most impoverished people that there are to reduce all the way out. You know, that's how you get rid of it. What does that prove? I mean, when you reduce the population, you're going to have to condense down to one area of the planet.
It's almost
What
like
is that area?
it's almost like that movie Eon Flux, where everything was destroyed except for that one city.
Yeah, yeah.
It just made me think of that right now, where the
Exactly.
girl had weird hands and feet and everything.
Well, I mean, and I remember the original anime on MTV. Remember how long ago that was? When,
Yeah, I used to watch that.
yeah. So, I mean, if you really want to pick a place that has everything, actually, you could look at America. We're at 330 million in this country alone. You go up 170 million, you pretty much got everything you need right here. I've seen people talk about that way too, because of the amount of natural resources we haven't even really tapped in this country yet. We've tapped everybody else's stuff, but we haven't really tapped our own.
So is that a scheme for us to maintain power?
I
Maybe.
it's hard to say. Like, I mean, the Georgia Guidestones are in Georgia. It's the one that makes the proclamation by RC. So, you could take that any which way you want to.
Didn't those get blown up though?
Yeah, I don't know they still haven't found who blew them up, even though there's cameras everywhere around that place.
That doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
they did that on purpose. What they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was getting too I think it was getting too much publicity. A lot of people were reading into it. So
You know why it was getting too much publicity? Because it started waking people up to what's really going on.
yeah, yeah,
They had to say, "Hey, this happened over here. Don't pay attention to that man behind the curtain, like in The Wizard of Oz."
exactly. And you know, and speaking of that, man behind the veil, you know, if you read like the original Latin term for apocalypse, does mean that is lifting of
The
the
unveiling. It's the unveiling or the
yeah,
revealing. Yeah.
yep. So what allegories are in the Bible kind of reveal those things because when they're coming through, those things start waking people up. Pandemics, you know, the writers themselves. We got war going on everywhere. You know, it continues to start, and people are like, why are we doing this? You know, more and more are questioning why these things are going on.
Which they actually have the right to do that, and they should.
Mhm.
And the people that want the wars, they're not the ones that's
They
ever
have to
been
fight it.
in a
They don't
combat
have to
zone or a
fight
war
it.
zone. If those motherfuckers had served in a combat zone, then they would not want fucking wars. Period.
You
Yeah.
know what? You know what it reminds me of? The Black Sabbath song "War Pigs."
Oh yeah,
And Sys-
100%. I was
and then
thinking,
System of a Down, BYOB.
yes, yes,
No, that's
BYOB.
that's the newer version of War Pigs.
Yes, it
Why
is.
do they always send the poor? It's in both songs. It's a line I think in both songs.
Mhm.
You know, I still like Black Sabbath's that song's great.
Well,
It,
plays because it was the same time during the 70s, like Vietnam and stuff were going on too. So you have those same lyrics. And then, you know, System of a Down being Armenian, you go back to the Armenian genocide. So
1915.
yeah,
1915, right? Yeah.
I think it was. So you see this continuing on and on and on and on, and now everybody's starting to really see it. And you see the argument like Ukraine, it's like, why do we keep sending our money to them? That's starting to really rouse people about the wars that have been going on for the years. Why do we keep sending money? Yeah, exactly. Why is my money going over there? You know,
Why is my money not paying my house off? Why is
exactly.
my money not staying in the bank? Why is my money not being used to invest to make my family richer, to make my family stronger? You
Or
know,
or
but
invested into
they have to
communities.
do that. They have to do that to weaken families too. You take the father out of the house, what happens?
Falls apart.
Apart. It falls apart. And you know, the best way to kill men is what? War. And I mean that's probably a reality that a lot of people don't think of. And I didn't even think of that when I was a junior sailor in the Navy. I only started to open my eyes after that, after I bought this book. You know, after I bought this book and I read it and I sat there and thought about it and I was like, man, this is messed up. It's
Yeah.
really messed up. And
Well, just look at 9/11, right? Granted, those people that died that day in New York should never die.
that's a terrible tragedy. I
But
actually have a friend that joined the Navy, and he was like an artist or something like that, right? He's a chief. I think he's retired now. I'm not sure.
but the
And
more I started looking into shit, right?
yeah,
After I got out, the more I realized, like the Pentagon, right? That wasn't no fucking plane to hit the fucking
it was a
Pentagon.
fucking missile.
Period. Yes. We did that to get us over there.
There's a project. There's a Operation Northwoods or something like that. I think that's what it is. And I think Kennedy put a stop to it because that was the Cuban Missile Crisis kind of thing, maybe. And he stopped it. And that's maybe part of the reason he got assassinated, unfortunately. But they did it again almost 40 years later, right? And then how many people that we know got killed?
And look at the fucking pilots that flew into the World Trade Center, right?
Yeah,
We trained those motherfuckers.
Well, and I want to go back to the Pentagon because the area that they hit was the finance department.
that's right. Because someone had like something like Facebook
Hmm.
or something like, I forget. It was who was the guy that was in charge?
Wasn't it Rumsfeld?
Yeah, Donald Rumsfeld. They announced like a day before or 2 days before that, I can't remember to be exact, that they lost a bunch of money.
Yeah, there were like three to $6 trillion in the hole that was lost, and they were going through the war stuff, and it was like, oh, we're getting audited, so let's just blow it up really quick.
My question is, where's all the gold and silver for that?
Oh, all been sold off.
Yeah, yeah, because that's how we used to have money, right? Gold and silver and metals and stuff like that.
Who was it? Was it Johnson that took us off the gold standard?
Nixon.
That's right, Nixon. Nixon took us off the gold standard so you could print money and just send it wherever you want to.
Yeah. And before that, I think Lincoln did the greenback thing. Abraham Lincoln did the greenbacks.
Yeah.
And they kind of killed him for that too.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's like history's repeating itself every 50, 60 to 100 years. And it's so crazy because now we have the internet that you can record history on and no one's paying attention. Or the people that are narrating the history have some kind of political slant that they refuse to tell the truth, or they try to sugarcoat it when some things you should not sugarcoat. Sometimes the truth is very ugly and in your face, and you have to face it and accept it, and then know that that's the truth and fix it so that that doesn't happen again. And that's probably what's going on right now.
And look at Bin Laden.
Sorry.
We created that motherfucker.
I know we did.
We create our own fucking enemies, what we do, by meddling into other people's bullshit. Plain and simple. You know,
you can blame Truman for that one, the Truman Doctrine that said that we would battle communism forever, basically with that doctrine. And then you put NATO together, like I was telling you before. So now you create a doctrine to a continuous war. Because Vietnam was what? Fighting communism, right? North Viet Cong, fighting Russia forever, communism in China, communism here. That doctrine is still in play. So they started it, a perpetual war that hasn't ended yet. Look, Afghanistan was what? Russia too? Proxy war?
Yeah, and that's what CIA fucking started training fucking Bin Laden and his fucking people.
Yeah.
You know that continual war thing is biblical, right? If you read about King David and
oh yeah,
Israel was constantly at war.
Mm-hmm.
And then one day he wasn't at war, and that's when he saw Bathsheba. And then Solomon was born, and Uriah the Hittite, I think his name, Uriah the Hittite was murdered because he got her pregnant, and then that baby died. And then King Solomon was born after that. But they were always, there was like a season or a constant time of war all the time.
Yeah.
That's just destructive all the time.
Yep. It's never stopped. If you look at history from back before that, there has been perpetual war that hasn't ever stopped for at least 2,000 years that we know.
Yeah,
if people would stop fighting with one another, you know, and started working on business relationships, you know, from country to country, our fucking world could fucking flourish in money.
Dude, really take Iran for an example, right? Iran in the 80s was flourishing. They were up and coming, booming. They were.
Was it the late 70s? Wasn't it the 70s before?
Yeah, it might have been the 70s before the Ayatollah first came in. But they were ahead, like with Egypt. They were becoming, you know, first world. You know, they had democracy going on. They could go out. You know what I mean? And then the Ayatollah came in with, you know, their laws and completely took them back.
And the women's had to go back to dressing the traditional way instead of the Western way.
You're going to see it happen in Syria too.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we've had problems ever since that.
Yeah,
it's been continual war, and then you have the drug trade, which is just a war against people to enslave people either to a substance or to going to jail.
And it was our own government that brought the drugs here.
And completely ruining families. You're turning people that should not be criminals into a criminal class because you throw that magic ingredient, so to speak, of drugs, which gets everybody out of their right fucking mind. You can't think drugs, you know what I mean?
Look what our own government did to the black community introducing crack.
Oh, dude, it's in this book too. I can read that too. You want me to read it?
Oh, yeah,
it's really bad. Here, let me find it. It's right here.
Gangster with Denzel Washington showed that. But go ahead.
Yeah. Let me find it real quick.
The show, Snowfall, the FX fucking show about them dipping crack, played it
Okay,
perfectly.
here it is. Here it is. It's on page 224 in the chapter 12 called The Secret Government. And it's at the bottom paragraph. It says on 224, it says, Another plan is in force. It is the plan to prepare the public for the eventual confrontation with an alien race. Let me read this part because it'll add context to it, right? It could also intend to make you believe that an alien race may or may not exist. The public is being bombarded with movies, radio, advertising, and TV programs depicting almost every aspect of the purported true nature of an alien presence. This includes the good and the bad. Look around and pay attention. Someone is planning to make their presence known, and the government is preparing you for it. They do not want any panic because they did a survey which they would figure out there was panic, right? The unprecedented number of sightings worldwide indicates that public exposure is not far off. Mind you, this was written in 1991. Look at what's happened the past couple of years. Okay. Never in history have there been so many incidents involving UFOs, and never in history have there been so many official acknowledgments. For many years, the secret government has been importing drugs and selling them to people, mainly the poor minorities. That is so fucked up. Social welfare programs were put into place to create a dependent, non-working element in our society. I think that also has to do with civil rights.
That was Johnson that did that.
Yeah, the government began to remove these programs to force people into a criminal class that did not exist in the 50s and 60s because families were still strong. But what happened after the 60s? Families started fucking falling apart, right?
Yeah, I mean, look at like the black community itself in the 50s was just like the best nuclear family. Everybody living together, there wasn't any issues. Everybody worked, and then you put in the 60s. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I just want to add that.
No, I mean it's true. And it says the government encouraged the manufacture and importation of military firearms for the criminals to use. This intended to foster a feeling of insecurity, which would lead the American people to voluntarily disarm themselves by passing laws against firearms. Gee, I wonder what everyone's trying to do right now. Okay. Using drugs and hypnosis on mental patients. In the process called Orion, the CIA inculcated the desire in the people to open fire on schoolyards and thus inflame the anti-gun lobby. The plan is well underway and so far is working perfectly. The middle class is begging the government to do away with the Second Amendment. Luckily, some people have woken up. Now, here's his author's note. This is what William Cooper wrote as an author's note. He said, author's note, I have found that these events have indeed happened all over the country. In every instance I have investigated, the incident at the woman's school in Canada, the shopping center incident in Canada, the Stockton, California massacre, and the massacre of Rabbi Meir Kahan, I don't know if that's his proper name. I might not be reading it right. I'm sorry. The shooters were all ex-mental patients who were current mental patients who were on the drug, all on the drug Prozac. That's in capital letters. This drug, when taken in certain doses, increases the serotonin level in the patient, causing extreme violence. Couple that with post-hypnotic suggestion or control through an electronic brain implant or microwave or ELF intrusion, and you get mass murder, ending in every case with the suicide of the perpetrator. Think back to Columbine.
Back to MK.
No. It might not be, and it might be. I don't know. Exhume the bodies of the murderers and check for brain implant. I think you're going to be surprised. In every case, the name of the murderer's doctor or mental treatment facility has been withheld. I believe we will be able to establish the intelligence community connections and or connections to the CIA experimental mind control programs when we finally discover who the doctors of death really are. And it says, now it's going back to his writing again. Due to the wave of crime sweeping the nation, the media will convince the American people that a state of anarchy exists within the major cities. They are now building their case almost nightly on TV and daily in the newspapers. When public opinion has been won to this idea, they intend to state that a terrorist group armed with a nuclear weapon has entered the United States and they will plan to detonate the device in one of our cities. This is now being set up by the crisis in Middle East. Okay, the government will suspend the Constitution and declare martial law. How many times in the past couple of years have you heard that word? Okay,
A lot.
it's always a threat, right? The secret alien army of implanted humans and all dissidents, which translates into anyone they choose, will be rounded up and placed into 1 mile square concentration camps, which already exist. We know what those facilities are right now, too, or we have a great idea what they actually are. Are the people whom they intend to place in these concentration camps destined to make up the reported batch consignments of slave labor needed by the space colonies? The media, radio, TV, newspapers, and computer networks will be nationalized and seized. Anyone who resists will be taken or killed. The entire operation was rehearsed by the government and military in 1984 under the code REX, or Romeo Echo X-ray 84 Alpha, and it went off without a hitch. When these events have transpired, the secret government and/or alien takeover will be complete. Your freedom will never be returned, and you will live in slavery for the remainder of your life. You had better wake up, and you had better do it now. And this was written in 1991. What year is it now?
2025.
2025.
So, yeah, it's about 2025. So that's been what, 34 years almost? It's been here for so long. And all it takes is someone just reading. I mean, I wanted to give that little excerpt because it kind of has to do with what's actually going on. This explains all the active shooter incidents. This explains all the mental sickness going on right now. Look at how many people are mentally ill now. And then you give those people guns, and what do they go and do?
Oh yeah, I mean,
And
you're talking about from the 90s too.
yeah, I mean, this is all the way back to like the 60s.
Now look
I
at
think.
90s with news reporting, like we were talking about disproportionate people. The black community was always pasted all over the nightly news that there was a murder here, a murder there, a murder there. And it's continued, which now you create that divide that the news media needed to do, right? And it's continued on from there. That's where you get what we're talking about, people finding hate because the civil rights, needing classes that are wanting the government, they need the government. And if you look at this last recent voting, a lot of that demographic voted for those handouts from the government. So they're always needed by the government. And they're asking for more government. Give me more government because I want to be safe. Gun-free zones. We got to get rid of guns. Red flag laws. All of that's being said in that book. You can find a news report on everything in there that's being done.
And the worst part is it's causing division between people.
Right. That's what they needed. Because
And
in the 90s, we were all starting to come together. The 80s, the 90s, after the, the
you know what? That does make sense because, in the 80s, you had Aerosmith with Run DMC.
Exactly. Everybody.
And then you had a bunch of rappers get with metal bands, which I thought was the fucking coolest thing in the world. Like, I'm trying to think of like a rapper that rapped with like Limp Bizkit with, I think it was Method Man. They're not that popular now, but that was cool stuff back in the day.
Yeah.
And you have all that stuff, and people were actually coming together. And then something happened after September 11th.
Yeah, it was meant like that was the division. Like that was meant to get people into war because, like you said, everybody's had friends. I knew guys that came in that were working regular jobs. Like, oh, Patriot, I'm coming in. Like I'm joining because of this one moment that they pulled everybody together for. So
look at Chris Kyle. Chris Kyle. That's why he joined.
Yeah, exactly. My buddy Travis did the same thing. He only joined because he had a great factory job. He was like a foreman. It was like, oh, I'm coming into the Navy now. 26, he came in. So, that division, like we said, you got to keep demoralizing the population. You're your best.
I think what they call it now is tribalism, right?
Yeah,
am I wrong on that?
Into tribalism now, where it's like every sect has their own thing. That's the division. where it's like, well, you don't know what it's like to be black, or you don't know what it's like to be this, or you don't know what it's like to be this.
Well,
You,
you
everybody
think if that's happening, then why don't you tell me what it's like so I can understand and walk a mile in your shoes? And then you
exactly.
do the same for me so you understand where I'm coming from, and maybe we can actually communicate and
Yeah.
learn how to get along and become friends. And then furthermore, help each other out
Yep.
instead of be at each other's necks and throats trying to kill each other, which is stupid.
Well, and the crazy thing is guess what? The oligarchs and the elite class do that. Look at the Hollywood people that come together, right? They're all race, creed, color, supporting the same message. They're only dividing us down here at the bottom.
You know what was funny? When they had the Academy Awards and they created a border.
Yeah.
So you couldn't get in the Academy Awards, but they would say, don't have a border on the United States borders.
Yeah.
That's wrong. Oh, really? So why are you doing it on a smaller level, asshole?
Yeah. Why is there walls, and why are you cleaning up this area of homeless when you support the homeless, and now you clean it up for these people, or they
Yeah.
clean it up for China and San Francisco? Like, if you can't see that the elites, and it goes to lead credence to what your book, the book is talking about, is the elitism, and that's what people are starting to actually see again. Feudalism is starting to come back. That we're the serfs, and you got all the kings and queens and nobles are where they're at.
Yeah. I mean, there's a book in my background, right? There's two books that I got. It's called The Genesis 6 Conspiracy. And the second one I think came out last year. They're both important books that a lot of people should read. It's by Gary Wayne. You'll learn a lot. It's a long read. It's like this guy is like the encyclopedia. He mixes mythology and biblical history and biblical theology and all that stuff into one book, and it explains a whole hell of a lot.
Yeah.
And they're really good books to read. Like the first time I read it, when I heard about it, was in 2018. I got it in 2019 when I won a deployment on the USS Abraham Lincoln. I read that book in the first couple of weeks, and it's like 800 pages long. So,
Well, you're underway. You ain't got much to do.
yeah, I mean, but I had it on my Kindle too.
Yeah.
So,
What are you doing, Gilly? We haven't heard from you in a while. You over there dying or what?
No, I ain't dying. I had to go check on fucking River. So I
Uh,
heard him yelling at the video game. He's playing Fortnite downstairs,
oh my God, dude! Fortnite, man.
but he doesn't realize that he could talk to people on there, and he's sitting there talking shit to all these fucking players. So,
that's hilarious.
I mean,
Oh,
I had to tell him to feed Zeus too, though. So I was like, "You better go feed your dog."
that's hilarious.
But no, I mean, you're all right. Everything he read is correct. All that.
It's uncanny, man. And I think about it a lot. It's like a lot of what I see is going on. It really looks like it's a psychological operation.
And
And
that started
every little bit of news report that you get, whether
and
it's
that
on
started
Twitter,
way long before
yeah,
this fucking CIA bullshit. Because the Democrats, which are the Dixiecrats,
Oh yeah.
they started that bullshit. Let me read you a quote. I got a quote here on my other screen here from LBJ, right?
it's a bad quote, isn't it? It's going to be evil, isn't it?
This is his fucking quote.
it? So it's probably going to be very evil, huh?
Well, these Negroes, they're getting pretty uppity these days.
Oh
And
yeah.
that's a problem for us for sure. They got something now that they've never had before, the political pull to back up their uppiness. Now we got to do something about this. We got to give them a little something, just enough to quiet them down, not enough to make a difference. LBJ.
What
And
year
here's
was
another
that?
quote.
Does it say what
I'll
year?
have these. I'll have those niggers voting Democrat for the next 200 years. LBJ, and that's right when he signed the civil rights bullshit. And that's when you start seeing an uptick after the civil rights. The blacks, a lot of the blacks that used to vote Republican ever since the Civil War to now. And now some of them are finally starting to realize the Democratic Party does not have their best interests at heart like they thought.
That is so messed up, man.
What
And
year?
the fact that that is a real quote, right? Has
Yes,
no one's been able to debunk that?
no
No,
one's been able. No one's been able to debunk. That's real, and
yeah,
there's recordings on that too.
yeah. It's been used in quite a few of the division talks.
Yep.
That quote itself exactly.
That's terrible, dude. I'm sorry. That's just terrible,
And that's the Democratic Party, and they still believe all those fucking. That's what they still stand for to this day.
man.
Look at everything's going on with the Democrats now. They want to uplift the mental fuckers that think they're a woman when they're a fucking man, or vice
Yeah, I know.
versa.
It's so ridiculous, man. I'm like they're not a party of love or whatever they say they are. It's more like they're a party of death and hate.
They always have been since the Civil War. They made
They want to, yeah, they just want to do things where they hurt people, they get people to hate each other, kill each other, and then kill babies and all kinds of other stuff. It's just like, why doesn't anyone see that yet?
well, you can go all the way back to Margaret Sanger, who started Planned Parenthood. And if you
Yeah.
know enough about Margaret Sanger, she worked with the Nazis to thin out, abnormal humans is what they called them, people with genetic, deficiencies, whatnot. And Planned Parenthood came up. And if you look at the map where the abortion centers are at, they're in the poorest areas of the country. That's a fact. You can look them up, and they continue to thin out the population at a exuberant amount.
Does
It's
any That's terrible. Does anybody ever think that, maybe those kids that got killed by murder, maybe they were gonna create something that would help the whole world out, but because they're now dead, we're still where we're at.
oh yeah,
And where we could have elevated the whole human race higher and made ourselves better.
yeah. I
You know,
mean, there's always there are always that. I mean, you can go as far as there was a facility in Philadelphia. I had to pull the article where they were taking abortions for stem cells and selling it off. So that they
yeah.
were taking in the abortion side, selling everything off. So, I mean, if you look at organ trade, which we all know is hilarious when we were in Thailand, like, hey, don't get knocked out, you end up losing a kidney, has now become true. Like that is literally happening. Organ harvesting became too hard for people. They just started taking it from babies. It's horrific to even talk about. But like you said, we got to tell the truth about what's going on. It's out there. It's happening. Every day, every hour, this is happening nonstop. It's
But a lot of people, they just want to just pull the wool over their eyes and not see it or hear it.
yeah,
That's
because
the problem.
it's disgusting. It's so dark that you want to hide from it, but it's true. I mean, that veil's lifted for people, and you can't put it back down. You just can't.
You know what TV show really influenced me to look into things? It came out in 1993, The X-Files.
Oh yeah,
Like I watched that show with my dad. Like I watched the first episode with my dad back in September of 1993, and I was just like, "This is crazy." And then I started watching the episodes again. Well, then I would miss it because I was wrestling in high school and all that stuff, right? And then I joined the Navy, and then I didn't watch the X-Files for a long time, not till 2002 when the show was ending. And I had a DVD player and I started watching all the DVDs of every season, right? And I was like, holy crap. And it's like they almost took this right here to write the script for the whole thing, right? And
yeah.
then and then you're looking at now what's going on today, and it's like a lot of that stuff that they said was fiction is actually true.
You can watch a lot of movies out there, man. And we were talking martial law earlier. If you watch The Siege with Denzel Washington and Bruce Willis,
I'd never seen it, but I've
it
heard of it.
it talks about martial law being held because a terrorist organization from the Middle East is going to detonate a bomb in a high populated area. So they bring in the entire army, lock down, I think it's in New York too. And then they make concentration camps to put all the Arabic, Muslim, whatever they think, basically from that descent in these camps. And it shows you exactly how it's going to go down, exactly how it's going in.
Well,
Because,
look at this. Look at the Simpsons too.
well, yeah, the Simpsons have it in there too.
I mean, I still believe a lot of these shows that have it, what's going on today, right? Whether Simpsons or whatever, they are written by time travelers.
Or here's another thing. They're preparing people for this so they're not freaking out when it actually happens. And that's the psychological operation, because all of these little bits of pieces of information, that's a series of things to get people to think a certain way. Like, we think it's terrible, right? But other people are like, oh yeah, well, that's true. That's terrible. I guess I'm going to find a way to be safe by accepting what entity is in charge at the time.
Yeah.
And that's probably what they're trying to do. They're trying to get people to accept that as the truth and reality and not let them fight, not have them fight against them. Because if they have a fight on their hands, they're going to lose control real quick.
Yeah, they try to placate people. They
Yeah.
get them dumbed down enough.
See,
And
I believe time travel is real, or we have a way. Like, people think the Vatican has this TV set, right? Called
The chronovisor? The
Yes.
chronovisor. Yeah, the chronovisor.
We can go back any point in time in history and see what happened or what's going to happen, right?
I read that. I read about that, and they said that they actually took it back to the time when Jesus Christ was crucified, died on the cross, and then he resurrected from the dead.
Yep.
But then,
And like, he really rose from the dead. So all those people, why would they keep that a secret though?
and there's also one
The
thing.
powers that be don't want you to know that, because if that's true and we don't believe that and we don't accept that and we don't start living the right way, we're all in big fucking trouble, right?
We
You're
get
in
back to
big
time.
trouble.
We get back to time travel too.
Yeah.
Look at what the documentary was about the Trumps, right?
Oh yeah,
Trump's uncle.
Mhm.
That was worked for the CIA when Tesla died, and half that shit has never been recovered or located, whatever, right? And stuff. I mean, there's history of time travelers out there. Look at the guy that in 20 or 30 in Australia, the unknown man died unexpectedly, but he had certain things that was not made from that time period on him. Look at the guy in New York City.
Yeah, he got hit by a car.
Yes, and he was dressed like he was from the 1800s, and this was like the 1920s or 1950s or 30s, something like in between there.
And
Yeah.
they went to the person, they found this guy dead, right? And they went to the family member and they're like, yeah, my dad disappeared a long time ago.
Yep.
But then the guy showed up. That's like, that's such a weird story. It's intriguing.
And there's other cases too, like the most recent one I watched about a guy in Nebraska. He made his own time machine
spicy.
No, they don't have spicy.
and stuff, and he's no longer been found because people think that he didn't come back.
Yeah.
On it. So
we're gonna have to have a whole other a talk on time travel and the possibilities of it.
I mean, think about what the Simpsons predict, right? Stuff. It has come true. A lot of it has came true.
Yeah, but I mean, we know time travel, but if we're talking, from the book, psyops and stuff, why wouldn't you give it to a writer to put it in to placate the people? And a lot of times it's done through a comedy. A lot of stuff comes out in comedy because it's made as a joke, right? Ha ha, funny, it's in there. But the message is being put out. It's like Donald Trump coming down the escalator when they put it in there, right? Didn't think that was ever going to happen. It was written as a joke. And then it comes down to happen. So how much of this is actually predetermined to keep going on? And the time travel could be in there because they already seen it and they wrote it in there. But how much is a psychological operation to put it out to the public?
I forget time travelers first, and then like they come back this day, they put it in there.
I forget what it's called, but it's like they preload it They preload the information and they keep on sending it out to you. What's that word? It, man, I forgot. I'm sorry, guys. But it's basically they're showing you what's going to happen before it happens.
Yeah.
Something prediction. Uh predicted behavior, predicted something.
Like,
Premonition.
Huh?
no,
Premonition.
No, it's something else, but it does seem to be kind of true. So somebody does have something. Now, where are they getting this information from? That's the real question.
I mean, there's
Where are they getting it from? Are they using like something like CERN to do it? Like that? What's that? They have some kind of computer, a quantum computer or something like that you can talk to someone on the other side. Well, who the fuck are they talking to?
right.
Like, why is no one questioning, should we be talking to them? Kind of like in Jurassic Park. Yeah, you can do it, but should you? Should you clone dinosaurs so that the Pirates of the Caribbean eat you? Or should you, like, maybe we shouldn't do that. It's not safe.
Well,
That's
and
not
they go
a good
back
thing.
back to like Germany. I mean, if you want to talk about World War II and technology, look at
Yeah.
how far advanced they were, and there's talk that they were talking to aliens. Now, what aliens they were talking to, who knows? I mean, if you want to talk time travel, you got, De Glocka, which was the bell, ends up, they think, fell in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania,
Yeah,
years.
1961, right?
Yeah, yeah. So time travel, yeah, it could be possible. I mean, it's not outside of the realm. And if you want to go as far as seeing something that's real, look at the movie Paycheck with Ben Affleck, where they do time viewing, which Einstein says, in theory, you could send out a beam far enough to come back around and you could see the future. So, not so much as time travel, but time viewing is theoretically possible by equation. That's in there. Take away, actually physically traveling, but view it. Yeah, I mean that movie covers all of that in there.
That almost sounds like the chronovisor thing.
Yeah, it's exactly, that's where they pulled it from. And they're using a quantum computer. Like he's in there to help them build this computer, and they wipe his memory of doing it, and set him up like anybody else would be set up to take the fall for it.
Oh, yeah, that happens a lot. I mean, we've seen that numerous times throughout the years now.
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of like, what is it, child pornography that goes on, the tax evasions, how many times have you seen just recently somebody who, goes against the line? Look at Mayor Eric Adams, goes against the Democrat line. Guess what? All of his people start getting all these, federal inquiries into their finances. It's always finances. Finances or child pornography. That was in the X-Files. Remember, the old guy says, "What is it this time? Is it they found child pornography on my computer?" They make that point. It's in the movie. It's in the movie when he's talking to him, like when he comes outside the bar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Martin Landau's character, right? Martin
yeah,
Landau.
yeah. And he's like, "What is it this time? Child pornography on my computer?" Because he's telling stuff. So you gotta, I hate saying it that way because there's a lot of sick people out there, but it's the quickest one you can get to people very quickly because it is a heartstring to pull on. And I don't like saying it, but who have they used it? Who have they weaponized it? Hell, they're weaponized against Matt Gaetz for underage girl that he supposedly paid for parties. He went against the line with the Republicans and voted out Kevin McCarthy. So how many of these are being used?
Well, look what Cat Williams said about Hollywood. And now look what happened to Diddy.
Diddy, though, I believe Diddy and Epstein really were doing those things.
I mean, true, but I mean, it's falls on the same guy, same things. What Cat Williams was talking about.
Yep.
His other interviews that he done with like Shannon Sharp, other podcasts he done, and even some of his goddamn comedy specials that he's done.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And what I just say, things are wrapped in comedy, right? You make a joke out of it. Doesn't sound as serious, but the message is there in a joke.
I also think that they do this
now the
stuff.
joke is on LeBron now because he's been spotted at those at those fucking parties.
Go ahead, Rocky. What were you saying?
I was thinking, I was like, Man, I lost my train of thought. Sorry. It was something on the line that, a lot of the stuff that they put in the movies, it's like they're telling you this is what's going to happen and they're asking you permission to do it.
Yeah. I watch a lot of movies and I critically watch them because of what we talk about. I mean, you can draw a line to anything, right? Everybody can play that game. But when you see it and you're listening to it, it falls into play. Like you can't dispute it. It's there. So, I mean, watch, the new one I'm getting ready to watch tonight is Civil War, and they're showing, that one part where the guy's like, we're American. He's like, what kind of American are you? That division that's going to happen with what happened in the Civil War the first time. And I do think there could be, honestly, a Civil War 2.0 with the way things are going. And it's not going to be against each other so much. It's going to be against the rich. And I think they're trying to quell that very quickly.
Well, the bad part of us having a civil war right now is no one's thinking about the outside enemy that wants to get us.
Yeah.
Because I saw a video one day and it made me think of this. It showed two gazelles in Africa fighting. And guess what was right there creeping up on them to attack them? A fucking lion. And in my way of thinking, I'm thinking, okay, this is one American group against another American group, right? And they're fighting and blah, 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 right? And then a lion comes out and that's another country, one of our enemies. Think of one. And they're coming to attack us.
Or here comes the British to get their land back.
Yeah, like the South Park one, like in South Park. Yeah. But I mean, that is a reality right now.
Yeah.
Like it's like you're not going to be able to use no anaconda plan like in Civil War.
Yeah.
But that's what's going to happen if people don't wake up to what's going on. They need to wake up. They need to stop. They need to stop and start thinking.
Well, that's been the argument is waking up. The joke is waking up the normies because that's what we were talking about earlier. It's like the majority of people where it's just a few of us talking about these things, but you need the millions to wake up, millions and millions around the world, not just here, but every other place that's that's being taken over by these entities, whoever they may be. You got BlackRock, Vanguard, pick your poison. Everybody needs to wake up. The entire world needs to wake up. It's not just us that needs to wake up. Not just America. Everybody needs to wake up.
That is so true. And people need to, accept each other's differences and learn how to get along. I mean, this is probably going to be an ongoing theme on everything, but it's at the root of the problem. It's how we act and how we treat each other that really fucks everyone over. When you fuck someone else over, you may not be getting fucked over that second, but you're going to fuck yourself over eventually because you fucked that person over. It's like some people would call it karma. I'd say you're reaping what you sow.
Yeah, karma.
You sow seeds of hate and disorder and all that stuff. Guess what's going to fucking grow up? Guess what that's going to grow into? More of that shit. And then you planted that seed, and then that seed's going to grow, and it's going to overgrow you and crush you.
Yeah, because and what I can't stand is like the fake help stuff. You have to be genuine in helping each other, not because you're going to get some kind of badge or reward. Like, hey, look at me, I just helped. I can't stand the videos on YouTube. I just helped a homeless person.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Jesus talks about that, man. He's talking about the Pharisees, and he's like, he says the Pharisees will go or the Sadducees, they'll offer something in the temple, but there'll be a woman, and all she has is one like little penny, and this is all she gives, and he's like, who do you think is going to be rewarded for that?
Yeah,
who really gave all they had, or the people that say, well, look at me, I'm doing this and that and that and that, and you know what? Their reward is that clout they get, but it's the people behind the scenes that are actually doing stuff to help people that actually makes the difference.
If you truly care about helping people, like charities and all that, you are not going to promote that shit. You're just going to fucking do it.
Yeah, you're not going to sit there and publicize it. Like, I know I talked about what I did, but I think it came up in a conversation just somehow. But I'm not going to tell people, hey, this is all the great stuff I'm doing. I'm just going to do it because I want to do it. And I don't really want credit for it. You know, I'm
And
not, not going
there's
to
too
be a
many people
treasure that I
nowadays.
store up.
There's too
Huh?
many people nowadays trying to make a quick buck off that shit. That's why I don't give to all these goddamn organizations, charity. Because if you start looking into them, a lot of that money's not going to them at
The
Yeah,
all.
I know. That,
the CFC. Remember when we got CFC, right? CFC still goes on. You
Yep.
get the big newspaper, and it shows you what percentage goes to the actual foundation, and the other percentage is administrative fees. And almost every one that I've seen was anywhere from 98% administrative and 2% to the actual foundation for the people that are using it. The
And
only one I found was Navy and Marine Corps Relief Society that gives 100% of your donation and is tapped. Every other campaign out of all the CFC, the pages, all scams. Every fucking one of them.
that's like turn over tires, right? You know, majority of that money does go what they say it's gonna go for.
Right.
And that's why Day per Day for Barstools, sports or whatever the hell it is, that's why he teamed up with them. Like Mark Warburg teamed up with them,
Mhm.
to promote it. Because they know where the money's going to the shit. I
It's
mean,
like,
like me, I used to give
that
money
is
to the
true. I
Boy
mean, I
Scouts.
remember seeing that the CFC campaign from the Navy. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I
I mean,
remember.
I used to give money to the Boy Scouts because I was a Boy Scout.
yeah.
You know, then I quit doing it when they stopped using money the way it was supposed to be used for.
Right. Yeah. I mean, when I actually read that thing on Watch, the old newspaper, basically it was pages and pages. And I looked at it and I couldn't believe the percentages that weren't going to the people that were part of it. You know what I mean? Like really, and then all these groups, the people that are running it, use it as a tax write-off. It's one of the tax loopholes. So it goes back to everything we're saying is like money, money, money. Whatever grift you can find for money, back to climate change, everything else, it's all money. It's how can I get money out of everybody?
That's like I was watching Shannon Sharp one day. He had Shaq on his podcast, right?
Well, like Shaq.
I did too. Well, Shaq was, he asked Shaq about what some of the things he done. He said, how come you never, you know, promote it, publicize it, right? He said, why should I? He said, just like, he said, I've been at Walmart, at times, right? Get all this money. He said that he helped out a lady, you know, but he never publicized that, because he goes, I don't want the credit for it. If someone needs help, I got the money. If they truly need help, I'll help them.
I
Because
respect him more for that because he does that. I have respect for people that do that
Yeah.
because they actually do it out of the kindness of their heart.
that's
You know,
And so, just like all these fucking NFL players bitching about, social justice, right? Okay, put your fucking money where your fucking mouth is, motherfucker, and give back to your community.
yeah. Did you see the news the other day that they got rid of gender studies at a college?
I did. I seen that. I think it was Harvard.
Iowa or something like that. It was Iowa or something, or maybe it's more.
Yeah, they're starting to jump on board because Walmart starting to get rid of theirs. I seen a video the other day that people were upset with Walmart because Busta Rhymes did a video for him for Christmas, did an ad for him, and then they got rid of their DEI policies and stuff, which DEI is no more than affirmative action that went in years ago. I think under Clinton.
But I will get back on the charity thing just one last time. A lot of people hate Taylor Swift, right? I'm no fan of hers, right? Don't get me wrong. But one thing she does is she does not publicize it at all since she's been dating, Kelsey, Travis. She goes to the women's or the children's hospital there in Kansas City. And she does not take reporters or anything with her. And how I know this, there's a girl that I worked with, her daughter, I worked with at Power Plant. Her daughter has a young girl that had to have heart surgery. And Taylor Swift came in there around Christmas time, right before Christmas, and took, met the families and all that, talked to them and all that. And that shit was not once publicized by the media or anything because she didn't want it. Which I have respect for that, even though I'm not a fan of her music or whatever, right? Or her being fucking showcased in football now. You know, but
I'm
still,
not a fan of her concerts when she says "fuck the patriarchy." What? Fuck all men? Fuck the
but
dads?
but I can have respect for someone
Yeah.
going to see
No.
the children. You know,
mean, I got what you're saying. Like, at least she helped out the children, but that to me honestly feels like an offset. Like it's an
I mean,
offset.
it could be. I mean, it could be though. But we
It,
don't know if she gave like a donation to him either. I mean, she could too,
that's like buying your way into heaven, man.
because
That's what
like
it really,
Travis Kelsey's foundation there in Kansas City, right,
yeah.
does help out a lot of people in that community, just like Baxter Holmes does too. And a lot of that, some of it's talked about, but not all of it is talked about.
I mean that's fair. I mean, like I said, after what she's done all those years, her like we talked about a while back, hypergamy. She makes all of her songs about all of her breakups from all of these men that she's been with, and then she gets all these women to follow in kind of like the same footsteps. I mean, thankful she helped that, helps children out, but to me, that doesn't offset any of what she's been doing as
I'm
a
just waiting. I'm just waiting for them to break up and Travis Kelsey. She sings a song about Travis Kelsey.
over, man. You see the picture of him with his fishbowl hat on, like staring at her, like, "Oh my God, I'm so done."
You know,
Yeah, it probably is an offset. The way that
I mean, I know there's actors out there that don't talk about the money that they send, but you're right. The fuckers that play all these sports balls and they come from these communities don't send any money to those communities they came from.
and there's some that do, like Deion Sanders. You know, he has a couple business he's invested in, right?
Yeah.
He was an undercover boss one time, and he was just went undercover. I can't remember if he's mowing or whatever, right? As so, whatever he was doing, but he helped out people that they didn't know who he was, but he would help them out once he found out their story. And a lot of people want to hate on prime time, right? But he does hold like his kids accountable on certain shit, right? But he also helps out his community. He didn't have to coach high school football or coach at fucking Jackson State, right?
Or
To help
college.
his kids. He didn't. I mean, just look at what atmosphere he's brought back to Colorado in just last 2 fucking years. I mean, granted, do they have the best players out there? No. But he gets them working as a unit.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, there's a lot of hype around this shit, but still, I mean, he does do good in the communities that he's in.
Yeah. I'm not, and you're not saying that, a lot of these people don't give back, but there's a lot that they don't. And they, if you truly wanted to be some of those people that talk about like, oh, I give back, thank my community, thank this and thank that from, bringing me up this way. You look at where they're from and they haven't helped out anything. They just haven't. And that's across the board. That's actors, any of these people, man, any of them. And honestly, the person I know probably ain't gonna be well liked is that Trump used to do that stuff when he was a Democrat. Helping New York build the skyline, put these things together, built back his community. Is he the best businessman? Not really. He's pretty dirty, but at least he put money back in those. Hell, he put Mike Tyson back on the board, man. After all the shit he went through, put him back in Atlantic City, got him back on the board. And then you're going to try calling him racist? Like, seriously, come on, man.
And
I've seen
there's
I've seen so many things that he's done that are good like that, and I can't understand why the media hates him unless they just want to create a crisis and make fake news.
because he's not
Yellow
Democrat.
journalism, yellow freaking journalism from there. But I forget what that guy was in the early 1900s, late 1800s. Yellow journalism, making up bullshit.
Yeah.
I was watching Kim Everfield's Fox or CNN. You know, they was interviewing people why, like black people, why they're voting for like Trump, right? This one black guy from New York. He came on and he said, "Hey," he said, he's talking about Trump's dad. He said, my parents had a good job, or my dad had a good job, then he got laid off. Well, my mom was wondering what he was going to do, kind of, because they couldn't afford the school that he was going to. So he had to go back to the public school. Well, Trump's dad came to their house and paid, gave them money to pay, make sure he stayed in that same school as Donald did. So he got a good education. That's kind of shit that needs to be out there more. Instead of listening to the fucking media, fucking trash the good deeds that he's fucking done. But hell, Donald Trump has he's been awarded NCAA fucking medals for helping out the black community. With Jesse Jackson was right there, Rosa Parks, all of them.
Oh, that's right, Rosa Parks, right? Yeah.
He gave money to fucking Jesse Jackson's fucking campaign. When he ran for president. Even Oprah, that stupid bitch, wanted to fucking be his vice president one time.
Yeah. I mean, it's been in there, and even with the history, they still won't accept it. They still run the smear campaign against him because they hate that he left the Democrat or the Dixiecrat plantation.
And that's the only thing they can run on is fucking their hatred for Trump. They have no policies. That's the reason why they lost.
Besides the fact that, inflation went up 4 times before July 2022 in just a couple of months. In 2022, inflation went up like 4 times, I think. Yeah, it's like,
and now everybody's talking about the tariffs. Oh, tariffs are like, no, tariffs ain't gonna make shit go up. It's a negotiation tactic. It worked last time. This country was founded on fucking tariffs. Every country almost has tariffs on shit. People tariff our shit that come overseas.
Yeah, the Articles of Confederation, that's why the Declaration and the Bill of Rights was put together, because each state was tariffing each other, even to let the trains go through the damn state. So tariffs have been around for a long time.
Yeah. And just like electronics, right? Like all the iPhones, right? Where are they made at? Up in Japan or China, right? Yeah. Well, you bring you bring those shit back, and tariffs is one how to bring that shit back. And the next fucking administration, right? Whether it's Republican or Democrat or Libertarian, where the fuck it is, needs to keep doing the same shit. Instead of just trying to fucking appease everybody, a small percentage, you do what's best for the fucking people, your own fucking people. You're there, you're a public fucking servant. You ain't there to make millions of fucking dollars at all. And that's like Dan Crenshaw, but like you said, that motherfucker needs to be stripped of his fucking military service and fucking booted out of Congress.
Oh yeah, that guy with the eye patch?
Yeah.
Kane, man.
Yeah. I just recently saw some of that stuff.
Because he's like, well, we don't make enough money. Bullshit. You're a public servant. You make more enough money.
Like I said, if I was the president, if I could get President Trump's attention, I'd be like, you need to knock everybody's pay down to E3 pay. And they can get fucking TRICARE. And then they can start writing laws that actually help the American people and that are loyal to our country. And not necessarily fuck other countries over, but make sure that it's always a win-win situation for everybody. And I think that's possible, but I don't know. You got to be very fucking smart and stop putting in the stupid garbage shit to get more funding for whatever when it's not really going to help anybody or anything out.
Well, see, y'all remember when
that's what I would do. All the senators, all the congressmen, everybody, even the Supreme Court, because they vote stupid sometimes. You're all getting E3 pay and you get TRICARE. Welcome to the fucking military.
Well, you remember how they tried to pass the PACT Act, right?
They did.
And everybody was blasted Senator Hawley from Missouri, right, for voting no on it. So I emailed him. And I asked him, I said, I would like to know why you voted no on this. Because this could possibly help out a lot of veterans like myself, too. And he emailed me back. He said, Jason, there was more shit in there, not about the veterans. If you're going to have a bill, it needs to be about what that bill's about, not all the added pork. That's okay. I'll see.
That is what they do now. They write these bills that are 1,500 pages long. They say it's about one thing, but it's about 10,000 other different things that have nothing to do with it, and it's all going to screw someone over in the long run, except for them that are writing the law.
And everybody wants to blast all the Republicans vote no on that. They vote no because all the bullshit that was not supposed to be in there.
And that's why they should be single line item bills. That's what they were arguing. That's why you got the 3 line item. It's like 1 line item at a time. 1, 2, 3. Do your job. That's why you're there. Spend, the entire day going through the single line item and then vote on it. And then you go to the next and you go to the next and then you go to the next. You don't try to throw the omnibus together like they always do, like we were talking about. It's like, oh, we're going to threaten you with a government shutdown. They do it every fucking year. It's nothing new. Throw it at the end when, Christmas is coming because we're getting ready to shut down for the new year. They do it every time.
If I was the president, I'd walk up in fucking Congress and the Senate with my cabinet, which would be full of fucking veterans, and we would start busting fucking heads, reminding these motherfuckers they work for the American people, not their fucking donors.
And you should be loyal to America.
Exactly.
Like there probably needs to be a new political party called Loyal to America.
Like loyalists.
Like we are for the Americans. We don't care what your race or whatever is. Be for America. America first, right? And putting people first in America and helping them out, helping our vets out that are on the streets because they can't get a job or they have traumatic brain injury or they've lost body parts or they have PTSD, which makes it so they can't function right. Why are we not helping the people that actually serve the country?
We need to bring back hard feather these fucking crooked politicians. We need to bring that shit back in public. Hard feather those bastards. Let it be known. And broadcast that shit everywhere, worldwide.
Well, and that's what Twitter and them have been doing. They've basically been tarring and feathering in the digital sense.
I ain't talking about digital sense. I'm talking about physical sense. That would stop a lot of this bullshit.
Well, I understand that, but it's being done. And that's why, like we talk about, more and more people. That's why Trump won this time around was because they were exposing the politicians through Twitter. Now, I'm not a Musk fanboy, but with him buying Twitter that time around, he actually was able to get a lot of information out from the other side. America.
So it's not a giant echo chamber of stupidity.
Yeah, like Sky Blue is now, where you have the sycophants, of the left, where what is it, Luigi Mangione that shot the CEO of the healthcare one. They keep on that platform pushing him to a George Floyd status. It's another like false idol. You're starting to see more and more false idols being idolized, like you would see during.
Do you see the reports that a lot of people on Sky Blue are getting arrested for being pedophiles?
I did. There was like the first week it went up, there was like over 30,000 images that went up.
What the heck is wrong with these people? Why are they doing that crap?
That it's the same one that we had in Virginia over at ODU that tried reclassifying to MAP, minor attracted persons, to somehow justify that you're in love with a child. But if you look at other societies around the world, that's not frowned upon in their cultures. So like you're saying, you got to bring people together. And it's like, well, where do we find common ground, especially in that situation? Where is that moral ground of those things? Those cultures don't see a wrong in it. They just don't.
Well, look what the Amish fucking do. They marry young, under 16 sometimes.
Oh yeah, well, you're talking like even like before puberty for some of them. You're talking 10 to 12 years old for these girls, and these guys are married at like 30. Because
that doesn't seem right. That to me, that I don't know, it just doesn't seem right. It's like there's not enough maturity there to understand what's actually going on.
Right. Yeah, no, and you're right. And a lot of this goes back to medieval times when you would marry families together. Think about Game of Thrones type shit. You would get a tribe together by the means of marriage.
Yeah,
And
and you would strengthen the families that way and create legacies.
yeah, but they didn't have an age. They didn't consider age in those times at all. So, where does it shift? I'm not giving, credence to these people, but it's like when you break it down, it's like, where did this become normalized and not normalized? You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
I don't believe it at all.
I think it had to do with lifespan, maybe. That's the only kind of logical kind of thing I can think of is maybe people did have shorter lifespans back then, right?
Yeah, that's true.
That might be why.
But
But
I remember
now
being in
that we have a
Croatia.
little bit longer lifespans, you know, do things right.
But I remember being back in Croatia in 2002. Their legal age consent was 14.
Well, it's like
Really?
Malta too. Malta was the same way.
Really?
And
Yeah.
yeah,
Huh.
and the military's age consent is 17, unless they changed that. It used to be
I thought it was
17.
16. I thought it was 16.
Well, depending on which state you're in, but national 17. So, like, remember Baldos, GSM2 Baldos, right? Remember he was dating a 16-year-old in Seattle there,
Oh, I don't remember that.
but they was Filipino. He was
Yeah.
dating a Filipino, from family, and all that kind of like arranged bullshit, right? But that shit happens all the time to this day. We had one guy in Croatia. These girls be 14, 15 at the bar. And you can tell they was that young. And
Well,
he's like, I'm gonna take one of these. I said, dude, don't you fucking do it. I said, because age of consent for the military is 17. I said, do not do this shit. If
That's
you
like
do,
playing with fire.
I said, you're a fucking just a fucking fucked in the head on it. And shit like that. I mean, same way over in Asia. We know some of those girls are way underage in Asia, too.
well, that's why everybody signed the trafficking in persons, the tip page 13, because of that reason, because you didn't know what age you were, finding, whether or not you were going out in town or whatever. It was like you couldn't,
Just
contribute to trafficking persons, which is a great big deal because it's something we've already been discussing, is the amount of children that have been trafficked around the world. It was one way the military was trying to get above that. But what I was getting at when you said young girls being married, just recently I read there was an article of the father and mother trying to kill their daughter with an honor killing because she didn't want to go back overseas to be married.
is
They're
that the Middle East or Japan?
pulled up like they were trying to kill her on school grounds
Was
because
that
she didn't
was
go.
she Middle Eastern or Asian?
I believe she was Middle Eastern, if I know by the names. I don't remember where exactly she was going to.
See, because they used to have honor killings in Asia, but we all know the Middle East, they still
Oh,
practice
yeah, the Middle
honor
East
killings.
definitely has it too. Give me a second. I'll draw it up. I mean, you guys can keep talking. I'll have to dig through the news on it because it was the other day that I seen it. And it was like they were on school grounds, like the video of the father like has her in a chokehold, like pretty much got her passed out from it. And it's like,
Is this like a high school or a college?
it's at a high school.
Oh man.
So
Well, see, and some people in the Muslim community around the country, they've been trying to get their law, to where it's their law above our law,
Yeah, Sharia law,
our
right?
killings, all that shit.
real
And one of the instances was down in Texas. They was trying to fight Texas law. Say, no, our law is above yours.
Yeah, I saw that. There was actually a report on that Texas said like we're not going to accept your law. You're accepting our law or you can leave or something like that,
Yep.
which kind of makes sense.
And it goes back to, if you're in this fucking country, it goes back to immigration. If you're in this fucking country, you're gonna follow our fucking laws if you want to be a citizen, play or have a visa or whatever.
Here's that article right here. They were trying to the mother was trying to 17-year-old daughter trying to get married to a 40-year-old.
We got
In Washington
wait,
State.
We got to
washing his
find a
face.
way to share this, to show it on our screen somehow.
Well, wait a minute. I got the live feed up. It just mute it. Let me bring it up here. Actually, yes, Matt's got it figured out. It's showing up right now on the live feed right now, fellas.
See it behind me.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So there's actually evidence that we can show.
Yes. 100% every time.
That's what's needed.
And you can read down through. A lot of guys that do this will read these articles, and have, because when you hear somebody say it, it doesn't count. When you can pull the receipts, is what makes it, and there it is. They have the video of it, trying to run away from Timberline High School in Lacey, Washington, refusing for an honor marriage to another man. It doesn't give you what country. So, but if you look at the name, it's like Zahara Sabahaya Musina.
It says a flight to Iraq.
Oh, does it? I must.
Yeah, it says a flight to Iraq.
Oh, there it is.
It says a flight to Iraq. The parents tried to put her on a flight to Iraq from Lacey, Washington.
Yep. So you see, like right there, I mean, it's 17, but it's still arranged marriage and they were going to kill her, because she wasn't following, their wishes.
Yeah, it's messed up.
Well, I'm glad you got that part figured out because I've been trying to figure out how to do that shit.
For school, man.
now here's the cool thing. Like, can we start playing videos to give examples of what we're actually talking about too?
Hold on, let's see if this actually does it. I'll bring it back up.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I'll go in. It's the share button, but you got to pick your like application windows that are in there. Okay, share there. All right. It's giving me a URL. They took it down because if you look right here where it says discretion advised, not found. So I don't know if it's going to show it on X. Yeah, they took it down. So they removed that video out of there.
That's censorship.
Yeah.
That's one of our biggest problems right now, is censorship.
Yeah, because I watched it earlier to see what was going, yesterday.
But censorship is a double-edged sword, because you will show some things that probably people shouldn't watch, especially little kids.
Yes, I mean, I watched Salty Cracker for a while, and there was a point where he was like, I've watched so much death that like I need a break. Like my brain is numb from watching so much of it go down, even in the country itself, like in these neighborhoods and everywhere else that they report on. Because, media with phone, camera phones, you can see it 24/7. Like it's nothing but faces of death on demand. Like,
do you remember that one incident where they had that rapper and he got a Glock and he's like, fuck y'all, and he pulled the trigger?
Yeah.
Like, it's like you're watching it and you're like, well, that wasn't smart. It was kind of bad. He killed himself like that. I'm pretty sure he died from that.
Oh yeah, he did. His sister or cousin was like with him, in that video too.
Man, that's terrible. What a way to go out, huh?
Yeah, but like we said, like death is on like drip now. It's like 24/7 you can watch it. Pornography 24/7.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably like one of the worst things that people can see, because it affects your head in a lot of bad ways.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hell, the porn is free now.
Oh, yeah, it's been free for a long time.
So all you gotta do is go like to Pornhub.com.
Depends on what state you're in, because if you go to Pornhub in Virginia, you can't look at it. It's blocked. But you can find other sites. But Pornhub, being the largest well-known site, has been blocked by Virginia senators because of age of consent. But yet, when we talk about age of consent, can't get a tattoo, but you can go get hormone blockers and get transgender surgeries.
But they'll censor that. They'll censor that right there because it's a political agenda. And that's the bullshit. That's the censorship that's wrong. when you're trying to hide the truth like that.
Yes, sir.
I think that's what people have a big problem with. People need to know the truth, whether it's good, bad, ugly, and horrifying. You still need to know. And you still need to be able to make your own decision on whether it's right or wrong. And you shouldn't be brainwashed into thinking a certain way.
Yeah.
You should
and that's
know, hey,
why
this
those
is right, this is wrong, this is what happened. You make your own informed opinion on it and move on with your life. And if
and
you don't
that's
like and agree with that stuff because it is morally wrong, then don't do that stuff and don't push other people to do that stuff.
and that's why those parents in Virginia was labeled as terrorists by the FBI when they started fighting back against the fucking schools.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and it happened around the country too. It wasn't
But I
just,
mean,
yeah, yeah.
but Virginia was most publicized one.
Yeah, Virginia was because it was up in what was it, Alexandria County, which is next to DC. That's why Virginia turns blue. It's because Alexandria, which is up by DC, Virginia Beach, and Norfolk, and that's the major cities. You know, you
Oh,
kind of,
Alexandria is right by the Pentagon, I think.
yeah, I think it is like
It's right by the Pentagon because when I was stationed in the Washington Navy Yard, I would have to do post checks as a chief for all my people standing watches, and we had NPC. NPC was in Alexandria, Virginia, and right across you would see the Pentagon. You'd
Yep.
see that little statue that looks like this. It's the Air Force One. It looks like something else to me, but I'm not going to say what it looks like.
What, pussy?
But apparently that thing is there because that's where they say that's the direction the plane came from to crash into the Pentagon.
It was no fucking plane. That was a goddamn
I
fucking
know, I
missile.
know.
Goddamn it.
But I'm just saying that like
Yeah.
you had those places, and I'm pretty sure Alexandria, Virginia is actually right next to the Pentagon. And I think the Pentagon is actually in Alexandria, Virginia. And the strangest thing, like a lot of missing kids from there, a lot of missing kids from Maryland, a lot of missing kids from Washington, D.C. Where are all those missing kids? Why are there missing kids? Why does nobody care? Why does nobody care about that? Like,
because we're all desensitized. It's on, it started with kids on milk cartons, back in the day. That was serious. And then they ran out of the amount of milk cartons they could put faces on because there was so many. And everybody's kind of like, well, whatever. Because when I was growing up, Adam Walsh, right? So remember, what's the TV show?
wasn't his daughter one of the people that was missing, and he started the whole thing because of that?
It was his son, Adam, and it happened
Son,
in Florida. Yeah. They found him dismembered in a garbage bag in a dumpster. And that's why he started, that show. And my parents were on like freak out high alert because it was so near us. And then over time, it just happened so much that everybody's like, well, what do we do? And it's dead to people. It really is. Like,
start protecting your children.
yeah.
See, that's what's sad about today's society. I mean, I grew up in a small town, 190 people, right? I mean, chances are that happening wasn't gonna happen, but it can still happen. I mean, hell, we rode on bikes. Fucking, we'd be out of the house all fucking day, and until fucking nighttime, till supper time.
Yeah.
We'd ride our bikes out in the country everywhere. And nowadays kids can't do that same shit that we did.
Yeah. I think the market, the trafficking market, like we've talked about, has become so voracious that it's rampant. Like, I don't know where all the kids are going. Like, where do you put almost 1 million kids at around this world?
I have an idea.
I mean, there's tons of them.
Now I know a lot of them get taken right down I-70 here in Missouri.
Yeah.
That's so messed up, man. That's so messed up.
Yeah, and we're losing, like you said, we're losing generations, the next generation. Not only are people not having kids, you're losing children to whatever that may never, go on. Like,
I mean, look at all the kids they've lost at the fucking border. They say, I mean, the amount they say, I think is wrong. I think they've lost a lot more than what they're fucking letting out.
and that's just at our border. That doesn't count around the world.
Or yeah. You know,
You know,
speaking of immigration, new topic here, new subject, new topic. Andretti, since you got a little Mexican in you, what do you think about, you know, immigration? You know, illegal people coming over to this country, the illegal way.
I think they should do it legally. I think they should do it legally. And when they come here, they should be loyal to America. If they're going to get a citizenship to be an American, they should be loyal to America. They shouldn't be voting stupid, crappy policies illegally. They shouldn't be coming here illegally. They shouldn't be murdering people. They shouldn't be raping anybody. They shouldn't be doing any of that stuff. They should be coming here to get a job and make a living and make their family stronger. And if they have to send money back home because they have struggling family members out there, yeah, send money back home, but make sure that you take care of business first with yourself, right? And do it the right way, not the wrong way.
I remember watching something about what Danny Trejo said one time, right? About being, you know, Mexican American, right? He said the only flag you need to be flying is the American flag.
Yeah.
He said
Yeah.
you can still take pride in your American heritage, but the flag that you fucking serve under is not Mexico. It's fucking America.
Yeah, like you know, I'm Mexican, I'm Irish, I'm English, I'm Spanish, I'm French, I'm Guamanian, I'm Chinese. You know, I'm all these things, right? But in reality, I'm just an American.
Yeah.
I have all that different background of people, right? Or heritage or whatever, like you say, which is great and fine and all that stuff, right? To let you know who you are. But you're still an American.
And that's one thing I was watching Morgan Freeman one time, right? Someone had called him African American. He said, no, I'm an American.
American, yeah.
He said, I've never been to Africa. They grew up in Africa. I grew up here. That's one thing that pisses me off about how that, like, every time you got to mark something down, whether Caucasian, white, Mexican, right, African American, no, it should say American, not our fucking gender, or not gender, but skin color. You know, it's like a boot camp. First time I ever met a true African was in boot camp. They joined the Navy to fucking make a better life for themselves and their family. You know,
Which is an honorable thing to do. It's an honorable thing to do.
And he got pissed off at all the blacks that was born here in the stateside, right? Pissed off because they would call themselves African. He said, no, you're not fucking African. I'm African. You know, he said, no one wasn't called themselves
Was that in boot
Africans.
camp? Did you see that in boot camp?
Yes.
They were fighting in boot camp like that?
Yes.
Dang.
And he goes, the one ones have the right to call themselves Africans, African Americans, or the ones who came here from Africa and got the citizenship. He said, you all, black people, are Americans. You're not African. Period. I mean, true Africans do not like black people from America. They despise them.
Oh, I know that for a fact because I met a guy that was from Uganda. He got into the lottery to get into the Navy. And I'm telling you what, he did. He was the same thing too. You know, and even then, we had another African guy on there that acted like a shithead. He couldn't stand him either and called him out all the time. But because they were true Africans, they would eat together because that was their culture. But they were still American.
Yeah.
You know, they
that African I had at boot camp, he hung around us white people. You know, I mean, we all hung out together, but you still had your little cliques, right? At boot camp, because you're still trying to get to know one another. And I asked him, you know, being like a naive fucking little redneck that I am, or that I was, I'm still a redneck, but still, you know, I asked him, I said, I've never heard another black man talk to another black man like that. He said, because they're trying to be African when they're not. He said, I'd rather hang out with you white folk than I would them. He goes, plus I don't like the way they degrade women, all that shit.
Huh.
You know, it was interesting.
So he had some self-respect and dignity, yeah. And that's something that everybody across the board needs to have.
And we had a little guy from Jamaica too. This motherfucker was shorter than me. You know how short I am. He was shorter than me, but built like me. And he was the same way. He did not like the black Americans because of the way what he saw their values as. You know, he goes, I know this is not all, the black community. He said, but it's just the ones that I see. I mean, he had morals, values, all that.
And how did that happen? Remember what that book said about how they were going to make the communities that were strong become weak by taking away support and everything, civil support and all that stuff. That's how that happened, dude.
Oh,
Isn't
yeah.
that sad? It's sad to read it in a book and then understand and see it in real life when you're thinking back with a sea story. Holy crap, this book was right.
Yeah.
It was saying the truth. And now you're seeing it like that, and it's so messed up.
And I seen that Jamaican again. It was dry dock Bremerton. We stayed in the barracks because his ship was there too. And I heard, that I can't do the Jamaican accent. I wish I could though. And he goes, all I heard was Gillespie in that Jamaican accent. And I couldn't see his short ass because he was behind people. I'm like, I know that motherfucker's voice. Where's that? And he came through. He's like a little bull, right? Like, get out of my way. He came up, gave me a big old hug. I was like, God damn. He said, I'm so glad to see you.
That's cool. It's a cool
Yeah.
story. I mean, that shows that, people from different places, different lives can still learn how to get along and appreciate each other and have respect for each other. Like
That's like when I pulled into Seychelles in 02 after we left the Persian Gulf. We pulled into Seychelles, Africa, before we went back to the bed.
mm-hmm.
And after we got done refueling, which I was a fucking nightmare because it wasn't the bars, it was these little bitty trucks refueling us, right? But after we got through, go out, get something to eat, go drinking. I noticed that all the black guys were getting pissed off at us white guys because the African women did not want no black American. They wanted the white guys.
Really?
Yes. I was shocked. I was like, holy shit. I asked what I said, okay. I said, how come you going after the white guys? She goes, the white guys will treat us with more respect than the black guys will.
Wow.
I mean, that's not every black guy, but that's what they think happens.
So they had that impression that all of them
Yes.
were like that, even though not all of them were, but they didn't want to deal with it and even chance it.
Yep.
That's sad.
I mean, you got piece of shits in every fucking color, race there are. Whether you're white, black, gray, purple, whatever, right? There's pieces of shits in every fucking race. But the impressions are overseas with the black community is, especially in Africa, is what they see on TV. All the rappers, shit like that, trying to be gangsters. Talking about how they fucking just fuck a hoe, right? Slap a bitch up, right? And all their songs.
And I don't know why women would even listen to that music.
But they do.
They do. They listen to that music that degrades them, and then they complain when they get degraded into their face. That's hypocrisy too.
That's part of the degradation of that community, the black community, when rap was introduced from the record labels, caused that to happen. When you had the thug rap go down, even go with NWA, fuck the police back then, or Luke Campbell and those guys.
Do you think that coincides with what the book said, what I read about in the 50s and 60s that started ruining those communities?
I think so, because if you listen to Prince back in 1999 when he's given his speech, he talks about record labels, them taking over the masters, having everything from you. That was part of the reason why he got rid of his name and became a symbol, was in order to keep his original content.
Huh.
So a lot of those guys don't own their masters, and they're promoting these things. And you can go through and what I was saying is Two Live Crew, right? So if you take NWA and Two Live Crew, just two groups, NWA was all about being against the police, the LA riots, everything kind of coincided together from what had happened since the 60s with civil rights and all of that aggression that was there. They put it out in the music, goes out to the communities, and then degenerates the communities. Two Live Crew went after the women and debased, women themselves, by what they were singing about. And then it just catches on and goes from there. Because that thug rap was way different than what hip hop was. We were talking about like Run DMC and stuff. Good, fun, upbeat, having a good time to turn into shooting each other, calling women bitches, all of those things culminated together for that community derived by the record labels themselves. Like
That really shows you how deep the rabbit hole goes and on in these government agencies getting other people to do their dirty work and turn people into, to just like ruin people.
Yeah, and then,
like the book said, like I read it in the book, and it's like there it is. There it is. They used music now. They used weapons, they used drugs, and now they use the music to do the weapons and the drugs and the disrespect and everything else.
Which when NWA made that song "Fuck the Police," right? I understand why they did it because the riots and how they was being treated. Right?
yeah,
I mean, they could be doing nothing and get face planted to be searched for fucking nothing. I get that.
right. I mean, we get it, but it became, more prevalent the years went on. Like that was a framework used to entice more and more and more and more to go against, societal norms that they had. Look at all of the old, like, look at Chuck Berry.
Yep.
Dude,
Chuck,
he's awesome. I love Chuck Berry.
old black, black man playing the guitar like he did. And go back to the 20s. Look at jazz.
Yep.
Where did jazz start from? Black
yeah.
swing, having a good time. Like those are like all of the things. Black Harlem in Tulsa, Oklahoma got burnt down back then because there were people that didn't want to see the black community thrive. So they burn it down. And
they were rich in Tulsa. The black community in Tulsa was fucking rich.
Wasn't that known as the Wall Street?
The Black Wall Street. The Black Wall Street is what that was.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
That's a damn shame. That's a damn shame that happened.
You got Harlem in the 50s. Look at Black Harlem. Look at the pictures from the 50s. Like we were just talking about before, the 60s civil rights went down. Those guys were dressing in suits like everybody else, some of the fancier suits. Everybody was looking good. Everybody's dressing fancy. White, black, Mexican, you name it. Everybody was fancy. Everybody's classy. And then everything just fucking fell apart. 60s, 70s, 80s start coming around, 90s. And then 2000 again, it all starts falling apart again.
Well, same way with the fucking Mexicans in Southern California back then too. They dressed sharp as hell. Yeah. And all of a sudden, they started criminalizing these guys.
Yeah, everybody was sharp, dude. And that's what I said. The 50s was a nuclear family era at the pinnacle. Everybody had class. Now, was there other classes? But sure. But a majority of people were on the same level at that time.
They took pride in their appearance and their families and their fucking jobs.
Yep.
It didn't matter if they was a fucking janitor or whatever, right? They took pride in that job.
Yep. Everybody had pride in everything they did. And they all worked together and everybody's communities work. And here's what is an unpopular, is going to be unpopular for anybody to hear is that segregation was what people wanted. When we desegregated and the government forced people to be together is where we started having problems. Because the black community enjoyed being with their own. The white community enjoyed being with their own. They met in the middle where they needed to, but each community went back to their own. Nobody before that. It wasn't until they started desegregation through the federal government where you start seeing where it was forced. That's what
especially in the schools and stuff like that. See, right. I remember my dad, my uncle, and some of the a couple of black guys. I was always at the gun shop there, my uncle's gun shop, here, and they said, especially the black guy, he said, yeah, we all got along. We play sports, we rode bikes together, right? He said, but we liked our teachers better than we had at the black school versus at the white school. Because my dad, he didn't go to school with a black person until junior high when they desegregated everything. So I mean, there's already a community, anyways. Live next to each other, eat at other people's houses, playing sports, all that together, ride bikes. But then it's like because those teachers, when they desegregated schools, a lot of those black teachers did not become teachers in the white schools.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's, like I said, it's an unpopular take. People don't want to listen to it. But everybody in those communities were learning the same curriculum. Black teachers teaching black kids, same curriculum that everybody else was being taught. Everybody was in the same levels. There was none of this, we need to lower the bar because you can't make it. No, everybody's held the same standards.
And they did the same thing, women teachers back then. If you was before segregation, before they put everyone in the same schools, right?
Right.
I mean, my grandma Gillespie, she was born like early 1920s, late 1900s, right?
Yeah.
Well, she got her fucking teaching degree. But when she got married, she could not teach no more.
Really?
Yes. She was a lunch lady when my dad was growing in school, right? With the fucking degree. Because they didn't want fucking married fucking people, teaching.
Huh. That's weird.
And then if you want to go further, we move into the 80s where we build the career woman, right? So women are now encouraged to be the career woman instead of being mothers in the family. So now you break apart the rest of it. You took fathers out, and then you generate a culture of, what do they call the boss babes now, where it's career, and then everything becomes too late in their life now, where they're not fertile, women having trouble having kids. And that was promoted 80s, 90s.
That's a huge scam right there, too. That's a really big scam. And I think some women, I hope, are seeing the scam and trying to, and I wish that the older women that got scammed, I know they're probably bitter and sad about it, but they should be warning the younger women, hey, don't go down this path. It's very lonely. It sucks. I make the best of it with what I can, but it's not really what you're going to want later on in life.
I mean, women can still have a good career in a family. I worked with plenty of women at the power plant. And when I worked at the factory in Orchlands, when I got out, before I got on the power plant, women still had families and they still fucking worked too. You can still have a career at the same time.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying is that, just like mine is, my wife works, as a nurse and, has a career in that, but still taking care of the kids. What I'm saying is that these women start off with nothing. They go into their career without a husband or kids. They and then they stay in that career making that money until they come to the point where like, oh wait, I don't have any kids, I don't have a husband, I have all these material items, but I don't have anything to share with anybody, is what I mean. Because every person can have a career, especially a woman can have a career in a family. Everybody works together. That's the whole point of a family, is to work together. But the idea is that they forced and idealized women to get careers. Because used to, a man could bring up a whole household on one income. Now you can barely do it with two.
Yeah, because they opened up a new tax bracket by getting all the women to go to work. And guess what it did? It took the father out of the house. It took the mother out of the house. And where do they go? To the school where they wouldn't let your grandma teach as a married woman who probably could have been positive influence on girls and boys about being married and being able to teach people.
Well, she still did have positive influence being a lunch lady too.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying there? And then you have other teachers come in there that are maybe not the best people. And then they start teaching this stupid shit to people. And now you have this crap where everyone's divided again.
Yeah, and that's where you come in with the federal government.
Now you have these boss babes, right? These boss women's or boss bitches or whatever that can't find a husband because they make so much money, they won't date at their own level. They have to date someone at a higher level. They still want to be provided for. And now you have all these women that are lonely,
And I've, you know,
bitter.
and I've been trying to get back out and date the world. You know what? I've talked to a few, right? Never went out, just talking stage. Had one girl ask me, "Well, how much money do you make?" I said, "Don't worry about how much money I make." I said, "I guarantee you, I still bring home just as much as you do, or more than you do." I said, "I have a house, one income, a house, and two vehicles, and I still take care of my fucking son with
Yeah.
nobody's fucking help."
It's sad when all they think about is money.
Yeah.
And it makes you think, do they really like the guy, love a guy for himself or for the money that she can
And
get from
that's and that's
him?
why it took me so long after I got out of the Navy, especially when I started the power plant. Because when I started the power plant, I started dating this one girl. She was real nice and all that. I mean, we was engaged, you know, but we broke up because of miscarriage, because she didn't want to talk to me about the miscarriage because we was both hurting, and that's what drove me away from her. I was like, you know what? I ain't gonna be with somebody you can't communicate. Plain simple, But but to my point, she wasn't worried. I mean, she liked the fact I had a good job, but that wasn't why she was with me either. That's why after her, I was so fucking. I was so. I mean, uh, I wanted to. Fuck's the word I'm looking for. Fuck. I would fucking. I didn't give them a lot of chances. If they brought up anything about money, right, they was gone, right? Because by then I had my own house that I built on my one income, had a couple of vehicles. You know, I did. I fucking would fucking like they do, like the clearance levels that we have to go. I'd screen them, right? Okay, because that's what took me so long to actually get married her, after I broke up with her, because I didn't want a gold digger at all. Plain simple. Well, they ended up by fucking marrying a fucking gold digger.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, I was like, fuck.
Well, and that's the influence that the internet's had over the years. I mean, that's part of this whole, like you're saying from the book, division. Now, when you were saying earlier, men, hating women and women hating men, now you've got a gender war going on itself. So not only do you divide everybody by race, now you divide everybody by gender. So now you have the ultimate division that you need, no matter what. It's all wrapped into one now.
Well, it's like
It's,
now,
uh, it's all interconnected, man. It's all interconnected, and
it's
it's
like now that I've been
so
divorced for a couple of
bad.
years. Yeah, I want to have fun. I don't want a serious relationship. I just want to have fun.
Yeah, I mean, like if you think about it now, would you want to have a serious relationship knowing what you know?
For me to have a serious relationship with a woman
With the
nowadays,
risk,
right?
with all the risks.
It's gonna have to be one hell of a special woman for me to actually commit like that again.
Hey, you remember with that time that I made fun of DC1 Serio?
Oh yeah.
The difference between women about, getting married, dating, and having a hooker. And
Yep.
he got so mad because he was married about the amount of money that
Yep.
you would spend. And even then, this is back in 2000, 2001?
That'd been 2000 or 2001
Yeah,
when
it
that
was
happened.
like on that cruise. And he got so mad because it was true then. What is your long-term investment when you get married? What is your short-term investment with, dating? And then what's the shortest investment that you have with a hooker? What are you going to get out of each of them? And that was, an argument that's still going on now, you know?
Yeah, you're right.
I've
That is an
always said
argument that's
I've
going on
I've
right now.
always said this, right? Even before I was married, I said, you know what? If they just legalize fucking prostitution like Nevada has, that would solve a lot of problems with a lot of shit. And
Well,
then they get to tax the fuck out of it. Come on now. I mean, hell, I'd probably have my own brothel if they did that.
the legal system has weaponized divorces because The courts make money off of it.
Money, just like child support, fucking money. They get a kickback on that shit.
Yeah.
Instead of doing what's right for the child.
Yep.
It's so
They all
corrupt,
think,
man. It's
they
so
all
corrupt.
think that the woman knows best for that child. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's fucking bullshit. I mean, sometimes the fathers know better than the fucking mothers does, especially when it comes to a boy.
You know when it works best? When both the mother and the father are unified together.
Yes.
Well,
That's when it works the best, you know?
But I'm saying if that doesn't happen, but they always leave it say, well, the woman knows better than the man does. No, not always.
You
yeah.
know where that comes from? It came from somewhere in England in the 1800s or early 1900s. It was called the tender years doctrine, where before the father used to have the authority over all the children, and if they divorced or whatever, the kids would go with the father and not the mother. Well, something happened, and it had to be the suffrage crap that made it so that they gave the women the children. But then when you actually start looking at real statistics, who abuses children more?
Women do.
Yeah.
And
That's
They're the
and
ones that manipulate the fucking
it's an
kid.
ugly truth that's out there, but no one talks about it because it's so everyone's been brainwashed to think a certain way, and when the truth comes out, they can't believe it, even though it's been documented probably thousands of times now. And that doesn't mean that guys don't do the same thing, which they shouldn't, and neither should the women. But that's just showing you that, hey, there's a definite problem here, and there's a definite reason why things are the way they are. But the way when they change things to the way they are now, it actually made everything worse. You know, they could have thought of a better way to do that instead of ruining the family. And because, I think the reason the nations are the strongest is because they have strong families. Period. Strong
Yeah, I agree.
father, strong
Yeah.
mother, a strong mother and father where the father leads, the mother supports, and he supports her and she supports him, and the kids grow up in an environment where they see a mother and a father loving each other and giving, hugs and kisses and having those hard talks sometimes and not committing violence against each other or not doing things behind each other's back. That's what needs to happen. And that's part of the reason that doctrine, I forgot what it was called. It's the tender years doctrine. And that's probably that's another big scam right there too. But anyways, I gotta go real quick. I'll be right back, boys.
Go ahead. I'll keep listening, Gilly.
Hey, did you see that Jimmy Carter died?
Yeah, I seen it a little bit ago. It came on when I was watching football. And he got one last vote in for the Democrats, and they wheeled his ass out there with his mouth hanging open, like, oh.
Oh yeah, I was like, I mean, granted, he did live a long life.
I don't mean to make fun of people like that, but they put him on display as a fucking corpse, man. Like
And
that's
that should never happen at all. Period.
yeah, that's how, like, when we're talking about people, man, it's how sick these people are in the media and everything else. Jimmy Carter's gonna go vote for Biden. Like, you're wheeling a fucking corpse out, man. Like, give him some fucking respect, even though he was a shitty president.
Yeah.
He's
But he was still a fucking human being and a fucking Navy veteran.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I watched Biden's ranking. He's now the worst president ever. And
oh, but now Trump's not the worst president. That was Biden.
8 out of 10 presidents through the entire country, right?
Yep.
Entire country's history. 8 out of 10 are Democrats. Imagine that. 8 out of 10.
Where's Obama fall on that?
Well, George Bush was in there for Republican. And then I'd have to look again who it was years and years ago. I think it was Buchanan.
But I will say that Jimmy Carter with this was Homes for Humanity, right?
Yeah.
He did try to do some good.
Yeah.
I will give him that.
Humanity was a serious thing because it continued on. And I remember in high school when we were taking construction 1 and 2, right? As electives, when you finish construction 2, your ending, like the rest of your season, like your term, was building for Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah.
You would go out to a site. Your final exam stuff was to build a fucking house as your as the group. You know what I mean? So everybody that was in construction two crew would go out there and fucking build a house for that, program. And
That's
and that's a program that has definitely been fucking,
and that's the same way my Votech did. It wasn't called construction one or two, right? It was called building trades.
yeah, we
What
took
Votech I was at.
for us. Yeah, it was
And
metal.
they did the same thing.
Yeah.
Shit like that, which which is good. And they still and the Votech I graduated from, at high school, they still do the same thing. They still build homes for people.
Yeah, and ours does. Huntington North got rid of it, and going all the way back when we were talking about trades, those are the things that need to be in high school. Like go out there and build or work on something. Go, especially construction, man. Where you're taught all of those things. And obviously, you're not pouring the footers and putting the slab down, but you're putting up the frames and you're walling it and you're wiring it up and everything like that. So, that's definitely a program that has been lost on this country. Where you see all the homeless, it's like, why aren't we using Habitats for Humanity more?
And they need to be though. I mean, we need more people, more Votechs to bring that shit back.
Yeah, exactly. Well, mechanics was that way for us too. If you took auto mechanics,
Yep.
you got to work on an F1, race car,
Yep.
From Lincoln Tech. And, Lincoln Tech, depending on how you did with your rebuild with it, would offer you, a spot to go to auto mechanic tech school. And you get, a little bit of a
Scholarship.
what's it called? Forgot the
Scholarship.
scholarship, yeah. And you get a scholarship for that. You get money for it. So they were promoting back then for trades by giving you money to go to school for, kind of like the Navy used to.
Or see, like when I was taking welding class, before the teacher that I had, well, they didn't have no program to become a certified welder straight out of high school. I mean, besides the certificate you get from Votech, I'm talking about fucking American Welding Society bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Shit that matters. Well, the teacher I had, he was a boiler maker, and he was a welding inspector too. So he brought that to the Mobley Votech, to where that program, to where we always had welding, but he brought the fact that we could get certified if we wanted to, and the school paid for it. And I took that, another guy did, and we both passed. And we had jobs offered to us at Harley when they built the one in Kansas City, plant Kansas City, for TIG welding.
I remember
TIG welding is one of the hardest weldings out there to fucking do. You got to know what the fuck you're doing. But we passed all the tests. I was a certified welder. That's why Captain Carpenter, when I got to 5, he started going through my shit. He seen that I was a certified welder. That's why he wanted to put me in our division, the strike for HT.
Why did you become an HT?
Because Turbo and Lieutenant Hayes, right, kept me in MP division. They would not let me work in our division.
Did they not? What about A school? Like when you signed the contract, they didn't give you the option to go to HT.
I didn't have A school.
Oh, you didn't?
When I was designated fireman, I was a designated fireman like you.
Yeah, that was the dumbest thing you could ever do.
And
dumbest thing.
And well, it kind of worked out. That Turbo and them kept me an injury. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. I like fucking working on welding, right? But would I really been happy fucking being a turn chaser? That's what
Probably
the HCs
not.
really are.
Yeah, I know. And being a GSM, you got to work on jet engines and learn real mechanical stuff.
Fucking boilers, everything, man. The CRP system, fucking lube oil, fuel oil, I mean everything. Boiler water, feed water. I mean, and that helped me get a job at the power plant right there. I always tell, I've had the kids ask me, parents come up and ask me, their kid wants to go to the military. Can you talk to them? Yeah, I'll talk to them. I always tell them, I said, if you're going to go to the military, pick a job that will translate to a civilian world.
Yes, exactly.
I said,
That
because
is
if you
probably the
don't,
most
I said,
important thing.
if you want to be a fucking bullet sponge in the army or fucking be a jarhead, right? Be a bullet sponge, be my guest. But I'm here to tell you, that will not translate to a civilian fucking world. I said the best fucking branches are for jobs that's going to translate to civilian world is Army and Air Force. I said you can get them in the Army, but they're going to try to get you to be a bullet sponge first, unless you want to go Special Forces. That's what you truly want to do, you know. But even then, Special Forces, a lot of that shit will translate, but it's not. It's not like every day. It's like more like mercenary.
It would probably be like personal security details and stuff like that,
Yeah.
being a bodyguard
or
stuff like
mercenary
that.
shit, right? I mean,
Yeah.
PMCs,
yeah.
Blackwater, and shit like that.
Yeah, we all know what happened with Blackwater. Man, that was a disaster back then.
Yeah.
Hey man, I finally got my background changed to the fucking big red.
It's been up there. I noticed
No,
it for a while now. What is that?
well, no, I figured you'd say something. I was like, fuck, he ain't saying shit about it.
Oh my God.
I got me a background too now. That's my actual bookshelf. One of my bookshelves.
But I will give a shout out to fucking Gateway Drums smokers out of fucking Washington, Missouri. They do build some of the best drums out there.
Well, so does Pit Barrel. I'll give them a shout out.
I ain't shitting on Pit Barrel by no means. I got Gateway and I got Pit Barrel too. You know,
If you want the Cadillac, you get the Gateway.
that's what I'm saying. The Gateway is the Cadillac. You know, but the Pit Barrel is actually a good way to introduce people into the world of drum smoking, hot and fast.
Yeah.
That's the cheapest way to introduce people into it.
Speaking of, did you ever get Marcus? Did you give him a call about trying to jump on here and figure out how to use a live stream?
No, I haven't yet. I didn't know if you did or not either. So
No, I hadn't texted him in a while.
yeah, so we'll have to do that though.
All right. Well, I know it's about what, 8 o'clock. What have we been going for? Almost 3 hours, it seems like.
Yeah. It's probably time to knock it off. It was a good talk though.
I think it's about time to, even though we didn't wrap up anything, we just opened more questions for everybody. So it's like
we've been,
notes where we need to go.
we've been going for what is it? Yeah, 3 hours and 5 minutes, 6 minutes right now. So
It's not bad.
got it.
No,
It's like watching The Godfather of the Lord of the Rings. I don't know.
well, and there's a lot of things that we went over too. I mean,
we also found out there's a lot of other topics that we do need to talk about.
Yeah.
Like, because it is important and people need to be informed. And what we need to do is we need to figure out how to tell sea stories with that stuff too.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
You know what I mean?
I tried with the San Diego one in the dome over, so, I'm sure we can sit down and, not really script anything, but let's pick a topic and kind of delve kind of deep into it for each side's view. And then we got a story that we can attach to it.
I think between all of us, we'll have probably something that has to do with that.
I'm sure our memories will get jogged when we're talking about like, oh, I won that one time.
Well, because there are a lot of things that we have forgot about too, probably until our mind gets jogged.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I've forgotten more than I remember now.
Well, and Rocky, thank you for bringing the books. I think, that's sharing screens. It's like
This is a book that we should talk about someday.
Look at Enoch.
No, man, that's like a 5 to 6 hour stream, dude.
And this one.
Yeah, that one is too. Like,
I have these field manuals. All three of them.
Like we've already touched on most of them, like dibble dabbled in them, but
this has to do with also the psyop stuff. I'm trying to get it in focus. Sorry, guys.
It's blocking you out. Yeah, back up a little bit.
Yeah.
There you go. No. Yeah, it's focusing on you.
Yep.
Right there.
Yeah, I see it now. Okay.
This book is actually mentioned in this book.
Oh, so it references back and forth.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
And I bought those books when I started rereading this thing again, I was like, I want to check something out.
Yeah.
And holy crap, that's in there. And I saw it on Amazon and I bought it. And I'm like, they talk about using magic in this.
Oh,
This
don't
is
get
the
me.
military.
So we were talking about rap songs earlier, right? And I meant to say this when we were talking about it, is that if you read back in old scripture, that songs are magic themselves. That's why we sing hymns, in church and things like that, is that they do hold sway in a particular manner with the way that the words and the music is put together. Look at classical music with no words and the amount of emotions that can be derived from music itself.
And
So
then look at and then on top of that, the music of today, it's almost like casting a spell.
yeah, exactly. There, I had a buddy that was talking the same way too when we talk about magic and spells. You see that stuff. So that's another, like, you can just talk about just the music industry itself for corporate America, like we just touched on, and go back through spells, music, how it affects people, emotions that derives from it. So, and you play into all those together. So, again, like you said, it's all intertwined.
It's all intertwined, and what I'm trying to what I want to show someday, if I'm able to, is I want to show how it's all interconnected,
Yeah.
how it all and eventually goes to one source. One
Oh,
source is behind almost all of it, and that source is trying to fight another source. And
And
that's
speaking
what
of
it's
that,
all
man,
about.
did you did you have you sent an invite to John yet? Your buddy John?
I didn't send him an invite, but I sent him the link to the channel, and I got to sit down and talk to him about it, about what because he's been working a lot, because he works at a millwright. So he's been enjoying just milling metal
Yep.
by himself and not, you know what I mean? Like he gets in this zone and it's kind of hard to get him out of it because he enjoys it. Like, he could care less about making money. He just enjoys being like stoned and cutting metal. Like, and
Yeah. See, and he likes and he's done the history on the Jews, right?
oh yeah,
Like in
he's
Germany.
done a ton of history on, you
See,
know,
see, and
that
all that's tied in.
really
The
long.
Jews is tied into a lot of this shit too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that one goes back way back, like past antiquity. So, you're talking about Canaanites and stuff like that, and
Oh, dude, the Canaanites, man.
yeah, he's very well versed in it because you would call him anti-Semitic, but when you read the books and you read scriptures and things happening, who's been placed where, he's got some credence, man. It's really hard to get. We talk about news media, who owns like a lot of news media. You look at the Rothschilds. I mean, there's a lot there. So,
The diamond exchange. I
man,
mean,
the diamond exchange, the money itself, remember the movie Rounders with Matt Damon?
yes, yes.
Where does he go to get all of his money that he got a check from $10,000?
The Jewish mafia.
Yeah. In the middle of the night, he goes and cashes a $10,000 check from a Jewish judge at a Jewish exchange place. So, there's those ideas that you see in movies, Harvey Weinstein, there's a lot of money in Hollywood from that. And that rabbit hole goes very deep.
Well,
You know
just
what
like
we
the
need to
mafia.
do is
Just
we
like the
need to
mafia.
show
They had
we
Jewish accountants.
Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me started with the George Soros selling out, Jewish people during the Nazi regime and all that stuff. Hitler being Jewish, hating Jewish people. There's a lot of stuff going on with that one.
we need to show the connection between Hollywood and the CIA.
Oh, you want to play with that one? I mean, we can.
We can on another day.
I mean, that's a like all of these topics are like one on their own.
Yeah, they
Well, I
are.
mean,
They are.
everything we talk about it could be fucking, a 3 to 5 hour, 6 hour, 7 hour conversation anyways.
Well, and you know what? Ryan gave me a great suggestion. I know we don't like editing anything, but Ryan was saying like go on to a topic, right? Talk about it for a little bit, cut that segment, and then post that video itself. Make it short. I noticed that Timcast is doing the same thing. He'll do a 2 hour stream and he'll cut segments out of what we were talking about and then throw that in there and post video.
Well, a lot of that's clips too. My brother said the same thing too.
Yeah. Like flip it out, like we love being unfiltered and shit, and that's what the live stream is for. Like Ryan's like, use a live stream to, do your, shit, but put it together and then clip those out, do a timestamp like, hey, mark it up like at this time we started and then shorten up the clips. And he made a really great point.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, we're just starting out.
Yeah, no. He was just suggestions like, hey.
And I mean, we know we're gonna get better as long as we keep researching, we're gonna get better at this.
Yeah, like Rocky pulling up, like me sharing screens. If we know what topic we're gonna talk about, and we can kind of like preload everything that I've seen everybody do, and then the unscripted comes in the live when it's coming up.
But I just got to figure out how to get what I'm talking about, like you did, share the screen. I'm just a dumb fucking redneck from Missouri. Come on now. I mean,
but it's sharing literature, like Rocky said. He's sharing literature that people can read. Like it's there. It's physical copy, receipts. Go grab the book. Go read it. Go do your research. Like, what made the mainstream media so pissed off about COVID was people doing their own research, because there are research papers out there written outside of federal grants that do explain these things. Like Dr. McCollum during COVID with ivermectin. Ivermectin won a fucking Nobel won the Nobel Prize for a drug, and then they called it a horse dewormer.
But the research had been going on since the 60s anyways. The research was fucking there. They just didn't want to let the public know about it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Well, then there's that. There was another guy on TikTok back in 2021, and he was talking about a dewormer. I don't know if it was ivermectin, but it was something else, and I don't remember the name of it. But this guy had stage 4 cancer in his liver or something like that, and he started taking this, and he had like 90 days to live, and he lived. Taking this dewormer.
Look what they did to Joe Rogan.
I can't remember, huh?
Look how the media fucking made him as the villain during COVID.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's multiple things, like we said, like me and you talked about, Gilly. There's hours and hours of content, because all of us are, intelligent and have read these things where, most people don't. And hopefully you can get it out with whoever's watching, from sailors that are like, oh shit, I heard about that. And then, they don't have a way to talk about it.
So, well, we got it. We got another subscriber. We got 8 now.
Hey, who's the new one?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I can't. You gave me rights to it, but I can't read any analytics out of it.
Oh, you can't? I'll have to look at that.
No, I know. I need to. I was looking at it on my phone, so I don't know. That's something for another conversation. But yeah, I mean, if we set it down, agenda, clip it, short it out, show shorts, of that, part of it is the way it goes. I've heard that from many guys that are on there. So,
and I clipped out one thing today before we went live or anything, because me and Rocky was trying to figure out some things to do, right? Trying to work out some of the bugs.
Yeah.
And I clipped one thing, but it just won't download to the clip site so you can see it in the clips on our channel, right? But I did upload it to fucking Twitter or X and Facebook. So I know that part works.
It's on Facebook?
So I put it on my Facebook, yeah. It's you and I clipped that with you and Joe talking about the
Butthole Richard.
Yes, the Butthole Richard, yes.
That whole thing is just a tragedy, dude.
Yep.
It's a tragedy when you have a ship that just gets destroyed like that.
Has that ship even been fixed yet? Is it still fucking dry dock?
I have no idea, to be honest. I know that they moved it out of 32nd Street and they moved it into the yards.
Yeah, it's never going to recover because where it started at. I mean, you're talking structural damage that you'll never recover from because of the amount of heat and damage that it had.
So they might as well just scrap it or fucking sink the bitch for a reef like they did our boat, the Fife.
Yeah,
Probably.
But
I
I
would
did,
say, yeah.
but I did share this channel with the group I go to on Monday nights for at the vet center, and had one guy, he was a jarhead. He said, "What is the Fifer?" And I told him, I said, it's a boat we served on, USS Fife. I said, we all serve, so we call ourselves the Fifers. He said, "Oh, I didn't know if it's an MOS thing or not."
We probably need to put 991 in it somewhere
yeah,
to make
probably
it
need to relabel it DD991 since it is a recycled fucking destroyer.
Yeah. But at least the Fife was sunk as a reef. It was not sold for scrap metal like the fucking Independence was.
You know
Yeah.
that Heinrich watched that motherfucker get shot out too.
Really?
Yeah, he was. I can't remember what big deck he was on, but he told me he watched it. He watched it sink, and he said it was the craziest thing he ever seen because when you go to sink a ship, you open up all the doors, all the enclosures, all the tanks are clean. And he said that like it was taking fire, like it wasn't sinking anytime soon.
Well, I watched the whole sequence of it, and that bitch was fucking holding. So I was like, God damn. I was like, okay. They'd be proud to be a part of serving all that boat.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he said they hit it with a torpedo. It went in half. The aft sunk like midships, and then the forward part was still kind of like hanging on. And then they hit it with a few other missiles, and it finally went down.
Yeah, it didn't sink until the fucking forecastle broke off. That's when it sunk.
Yeah, it finally broke apart. But I mean, that's no defenses. You're talking of what, a 25-year-old ship, if not older than that. What, 30?
It was actually older than that because
I know it was 21 when I got to it.
because it was commissioned in the late 70s. When it
Yeah,
was commissioned.
and you couldn't needle gun in 3 gens. So you're telling me that paint holding that thing together.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't go in 3 gen.
I know I got yelled at for doing it though.
Well, I poked a hole and got a little leak between fucking DC plugged that bitch, and then that hole got fixed in dry dock in '98.
Yeah, and then we went back through dry dock in 2000.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey, I'm on Twitter right now.
Or dry dock in
I'm on
2000.
Twitter, and that video of
You're on Twitter, and what was up with the video?
that video of that girl that they were trying to kill at the school, it's on again.
Is it?
But everything's blurred out. I don't know how to share it. Let me see if I can figure out how to share it. This is just a learning thing. Sorry if people are watching, we're just learning.
So it should hit your share tab, like the share button on the menu. It's the green one. And then it'll bring up screens that you have up. And then you can share from there. Like if I
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there's the chart. Yeah. I can see it. It's all up. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you see it? Hold on. Let me check
I can't
something.
see it on live. I'm watching it live right now. I can't see it unless it's just
You see it on the
behind. So
give it a second though.
oh, there it is. Yeah, see that people. That's the graph I was talking about earlier. Okay, now
Yeah,
I
you
know
got
how to do it.
a delay. So we gotta work with the delay. Oh shit, where'd Rocky go? He said, I'm dumping out. I hit the wrong button.
Oh, Rocky goes, my computer just shut off because I'm back in this. He go, I'm back in a second. He hit the wrong fucking button, probably.
Just like get everything out. Like he hit everything out of Zoom is what he did.
Yep.
Which is and that's the thing, like me and you can sit down with in Rocky too, is if we're the three that are gonna be, the most that's on here contributing, then the three of us just brainstorm for what we want to talk about for the live stream, and then when we go to do a video, I mean, you wouldn't even have to do videos on top of it. We just do the live streams and clip them out and make the videos out of it. I mean, we have to work with the editor, but hey,
There he is. He's
Dude,
back.
I don't know what happened. It's like I was going to try and share it, and I'm probably going to have to get a new computer.
You click you click on everything instead of the one screen. That's what you did probably.
get the big X, dude. You're like close everything up.
That's why I have fucking two monitors.
Yeah, I'm gonna get another computer. I gotta wait.
Yeah,
Not gonna happen today. And then when I learn how to share stuff, I'll be able to share a lot more with you guys, which would be great.
right. Which is, we do like a conference call with the three of us and just sit here and Zoom and play around by itself without the live.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
that's what
I
being
think that's a
alternative.
great idea because then we'll learn how to actually do this stuff and we'll make a better product.
yeah,
And
yeah,
that's
exactly.
what me and Rocky was doing earlier. If you got on, he's like, "Hey, we gotta get my background changed." You know,
And this goes back to what we were saying, Gilly, is like making it real for everybody. Like we're sitting here talking live
yeah.
about what we need to fix. There's people out there that haven't even took a step forward to even do this. So
Well,
we've
see,
taken the time to do it, and now we're learning from it. That's the whole point.
like I reached out to like Megdev, right?
Yeah.
Hey, if you want to come on, yeah, we'd love to have you on. If you want to be a part of this, come on board. And he goes, well, I want to see a couple of them first before I jump in. Okay, I said, hell, we didn't know that. I said, hell, we didn't know nothing about this. We just jumped in, fucking deep in,
Yeah, exactly.
you know. And I asked Sprecher, you know, to come if he want to come on. I gave it on to. If you want to come on, hey, come on if you want to. Same with Kavanaugh, Eureka, anybody who's watched us that served on the five with us or served before we was on there, right? Anytime you served on the five, you want to come on, just get a hold of us.
Right. And you don't have to serve on the fight, but it's
No,
you can tell the most stories. But I feel like the three of us as the core
yeah,
is what's going to work. Because I know Rocky, you're involved as much as me and Gilly are. So, we've got a good three-man group, three musketeers, if you want to say it. And
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
each has a different, view on things. And it's perfect. Like
yeah,
in my opinion, it's a perfect group. And then you add, one or two people on that want to sit here and talk and talk about the things we're talking about or disagree, whatever. That's the whole point is to have, like Joe Rogan said, and then just to sit here and talk. Let's have a real conversation.
exactly. Because
Yeah.
like I mean,
And
anybody we want to have come on, like I can have my brother come on. You could have your brother come on.
Yeah.
Rocky, anybody you think would like come on, have a good time.
yeah, I
Great.
mean, we can talk about any topic too. We can talk about
Yeah.
UFOs. We can talk about cryptids. We could talk about
Fucking Bigfoot.
kinds of stuff. I know I made crazy eyes. They'll probably clip that and say this dude's crazy. But
You
anyway,
know,
we can talk
Bigfoot
about
or the Yeti. Come on now.
the Yeti, the Bigfoot.
I
I think
still think I still think the Bigfoots and Yeti, right, was fucking Neanderthals that survived, right? That didn't evolve. Was fucking apes. That's what I think.
you know what? You might be right. Like there's a couple of podcasts I listen to. I listen to Blurry Creatures and the Confessionals, and
Yep.
they both start with Bigfoots. And if you haven't listened to either one of those, they're really good. They're really good. I mean, they have a biblical point of view, so I like it more because it's not so much a mystery. They're still trying to figure out if Bigfoot's what a Bigfoot is, right? But they talk about all kinds of other stuff like the rakes, skinwalkers,
Rake is a
UFOs,
very
aliens.
interesting one because you're talking about almost manifestation of a group of the mind itself. So that one is a very interesting story.
And like so there's no limit because to me to you it's everyday talk. Like I talk to people about some of this stuff whether they think I'm crazy or not. I don't give a crap. But I am who I am and that's who I'm going to be. Either you're going to love me or you're going to hate me. Now, what you see is what you get, and so it's interesting to talk about because even that crap gets interconnected.
Yeah.
Like there was stuff that was said on Blurry Creatures by a woman named
Oh shit, here goes another hour.
she did the Federal Reserve, a book on the Federal Reserve, and she got working with this guy who talked about the breeding programs, and it almost like translates to what's going on in the dating world. There's a connection, and I'm looking at that connection, and I don't think anyone else has seen it because no one else watches the videos I watch.
Right.
They don't watch Strong Successful Male. They don't watch Better Bachelor, right? They watch other stuff, but I listen to that and then I watch this and I see how women act, and I watch like Taylor the Fiend or a Cosmic Verse, and it talks about how women are, and
Taylor
then
the Fiend. Yes, Taylor the Fiend. I love that.
and you're like, holy crap, because all the girls want a certain type of guy. Well, in this podcast, I forget the episode number, it talked about a breeding program where all the things that were being breeded were not human, but they looked like Chads.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a minute. This is almost like Genesis chapter 6 again, in a really weird way that's not as noticeable as it was before the flood. So, we can go to so many places because we don't know if anyone's going to watch it. So,
Well, we know some people are watching it.
huh?
You
You know,
know, some people watch it.
yeah.
They
Just like the guy that commented, right? Hey, I want to apologize to the guy that took us for so long to fucking reply, or for somebody to reply.
Got to him really quick because he made a really good point that we didn't get a chance to get around with, which is the Coriolis effect. And it's an equation. Like I was talking to my buddy, he's an FC and he, old school FC. So you have to learn that equation in FCA school, actual, and so do snipers.
Yep.
They used to have to write it down so they could take into effect the Coriolis effect for the curvature of the Earth. And people are like, "Oh, what are you talking about? Curvature?" Well, it's a solid object moving in a curve, and the rotation of Earth causes that fucking change.
Because it affects the 5-inch and above, the bigger artillery.
Yeah,
Small arms doesn't really affect as much, except unless you try to do 1,000-yard shots with the fucking 30-06, 308, or 50 cal.
millimeters off, and you're missing a target.
Yeah,
What about
it still
missiles?
affects it, but I'm saying like say small arms, right? Like rifle.
Yeah,
If you're not sniping, or handguns, right? Pistol, it's not gonna affect that. But
no,
yeah,
it's not over that amount of distance.
it's always the long range shots that it affects.
And that's what we were talking about. It's the distance. Remember, Joe's saying like when you see a ship on the horizon, you see it raise and lower because it's going over the curvature of the Earth. So, that person adding in the Coriolis, which we totally forgot to add that one in, which I responded to him, it's like great addition.
I figured that was you. I mean,
Yeah,
I was actually waiting for fucking Joe to respond. I was waiting for Joe because Joe is the FC guy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're just fucking snipes. I mean, we still know it, but he's the FC guy.
Yeah, well, I've got a really good friend that's an FC that is a 5-inch guy, and that I asked him about, and he's like, absolutely. He's like, you guys are right on point if anybody's asking you that. He's like laughing about what I told him about debunking flat Earth, and he just laughed. He's like, oh yeah, Coriolis effect is a big thing. And he's like, and that goes into the targeting computer because it's already factored in for that reason, and it's only with the 5-inch because it's a giant projectile.
I mean, to anybody that's still listening, right, or watching later, right? I mean, there's a lot of things we know about the topside shit, but when it comes to engineering, we know it all. That shit. That's what we was. I was a GSM. Walter, little Tate was a fucking GSM. Rocky was the undesignated fireman with me in the engine room, and then went damage control. And then later on, he went to MA.
Five.
So we know a lot about everything when it comes to the military. We don't know everything, but we know a lot.
And we know a lot about how it goes down behind the scenes too. Like I was telling you earlier, man, wordplay is like our forte if we want to play wordplay with people. Like we'll play wordplay. Like they did on the news. Oh, well, there wasn't any FBI agents, but there was confidential informants. So it's like wordplay. It's like,
Oh, like the January 6th thing?
yeah. Remember, see how that headline was? It was like, oh, there's no FBI agents. Well, confidential agents are fucking employed by the FBI. So yeah, they might not have been exactly agents, but the agency was in there.
It's sad that they got to do that to their own people.
Exactly.
They've been using CIs for everything, just like the CIA uses fucking, people like that all the time do their fucking dirty work.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these are like, we've just brought up what, 10 more fucking, episodes to talk about on their own. We might need to,
I know eventually we're gonna have to, like on the channel, right? People who do follow us, right? We're gonna have to come up, let them know, okay, this is what we're gonna start talking about, shit like that, like because
Can
that
you go,
we're not gonna do a whole episode on one fucking thing. We go to multiple things.
Jay, can you go and rename the episodes like episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, and episode 4?
Yeah, should be able to. Yeah,
That way you can like the Fifer's episode 1,
yep.
3 and 4 and or whatever, and be like, this is just test stuff.
like,
And that's why I gave you and Matt little tape the same permissions that I have on the channel.
Okay.
yeah,
So,
I haven't played with it much because I've been like I said, I was looking on my phone. I need to open it up in the computer.
because I want us three, since we're like Matt said, we're the ones that's always on here, right? I want us three to have the same permissions for the shit. So
Yeah,
because
because changes.
because I might not be feeling good one day and don't get to it, or not have time, be at the VA doing doctor shit, right? So you guys could fucking do it too. So
Yeah. I mean, and we can keep a conversation going because
so if something's not looking right, like Matt said, like what his brother said, okay, I'm still trying to figure this out. I know we all are, you know. I mean, look how long it took me, Rocky, how long to figure out the clip fucking bullshit, right? Today. I mean, it took me what, almost fucking hour and a half to figure that out. That's why I said I'm just a dumb fucking redneck from Missouri.
but you figured it out. The thing is, you figured it out, right?
But yeah, I figured it out without getting pissed off and throwing things.
First time.
Good thing right there. That's what we're proud of you for there, Steve.
because I remember when Lil Tate was fucking trying to fucking figure out how to fucking live stream this bitch. We was trying to go through OBS and all that bullshit, right? And I was getting fucking mad. I'm like, why the fuck this ain't fucking working? Come on now, god damn it.
Was that on the podcast?
No, we didn't put that on the podcast. We just tried to figure out how to get it to the stream.
Yeah.
People,
Whether the Rumble or the YouTube, right? We couldn't fucking figure it out.
Are we on Rumble yet or no?
Well, I got to upload it to Rumble,
Okay.
but I didn't actually save this one to the computer. I didn't hit record on this one. So
You didn't?
I forgot to.
I thought it said you were recording.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, I think.
If it's recording, great. But
see it come. I didn't see the notification.
I saw a notification on Facebook for it, or on.
that is actually fucking YouTube. It shows on your corner. Live stream with YouTube. That's what that is.
Yeah, it said that.
Because remember last episode, I did record last episode in case the live stream didn't fucking take or didn't work. So
Well,
we had to back up.
The notification for live went up, but I'm talking in Zoom. It never came up saying recording in progress, or
I
at
thought
least
you
it
did.
missed it.
Well, if it didn't record, hopefully it'll just. I don't know if it'll be alive or it'll be on the other thing.
Well, I could take the video from fucking YouTube and put it on Rumble too. It's going to be under mine, and you all should be able to do the same thing with permissions that you all have. If you all got Rumble too.
I am on Rumble, but I haven't made anything. I just so I can watch videos.
Yeah, see, I have no followers on Rumble at all. So
Yeah. I don't either, but there was a channel called KJ's What Happened. You ever hear of that? This guy goes into news reports and like reports the news and shows you how it coincides with what the Bible says. It's crazy.
check that out. I'll check that out though.
They took him off, and he has one that's uncensored, and YouTube won't let him put it on there. But he's able to put it on Instagram. But Instagram's weird because you can't pause the video. You can just, if you hit the button or whatever, it'll turn the sound off.
Yep.
But he does it that way. And this guy has some interesting stuff to talk about. Like you could just talk about it for a long time because you could just be like, this is crazy. And his videos are like 5 hours long. One day, my wife and I watched one. like, dude, this is so long, but it's so interesting. And this was like 2 years ago or a year ago.
Yeah.
So I find all these crazy channels, they're not really crazy, they're actually sane.
Now,
And
did you get a chance to look at the what I sent you? Unsubscribed podcast.
no, I
It has
didn't.
the fat electrician on there, a bunch of fucking military guys, right?
Yeah.
Those motherfuckers go off the rail a little bit, but they're funny as hell.
Yeah, I think we can bring some comedy into this too.
But I know they didn't fucking serve together like we did. See, I think that's where we can stand apart because we actually served together.
Yeah, we did. That's what makes it a lot. I think that's what makes it cool.
And even Cav, I sent him the channel, right? Gave Cav, hey, if you want to come on, let me know. Send me your fucking email. I'll send you an invite. Whenever you're free. He goes, I think it's cool that you guys doing it. He said he watched a little bit. He watched the whole thing of the live episode or one of them. He said, I think it's cool that y'all guys are doing this.
Yeah, I mean, I've been wanting to start a podcast for a long time, and I kind of told you what I wanted to do in that podcast, but it would just be me, and I'd be like, I don't want to. It's me.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
it's me.
I don't think like me. I can't sit there and talk about the shit we've been talking about just by myself.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I would like to do that, and I would do that if it was like, have you ever seen Replicant Fish?
No, I haven't. No.
Replicant Fish is kind of like Taylor the Fiend, but he's English, and this dude is hilarious. Have you ever watched Replicant Fish? He's
Uh,
he's hilarious, dude. He's
No, I
so
didn't see
funny. And he uh he does like the videos where he shows video clips and everything, and then he talks about it and he puts like this funny stuff in between it. Man, it's so great.
I
It,
like the dad bot veteran, right? On Facebook. He's a veteran, Navy veteran,
uh-huh.
but he talks with English accent, but he's not really English. He shows shit like that all the time on reels and all that.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I could talk like Mr. Krabs if you wanted. I could talk like Mr. Krabs the whole time if you'd like.
See, I can't do an accent like you can. Yeah, I can't do those different ones. I can't.
Well, I the reason I did that is because I got to be Davy Jones when we crossed the line in 2020 or 2019.
Oh,
When we
that's
were
awesome.
back
That's
from
fucking
deployment,
awesome right
I
there.
was Davy Jones, and they made me a 3-point hat and everything. Like one of my chief buddies made me a 3-point hat. I'll show you guys next time or whatever. And they gave me a jacket. Like the girls that worked for me, they got a jacket and they like glued yellow string to it to make it look like an officer. And it was an old raincoat, dude, an old Navy raincoat. And then one of the guys in the HT shop, they made me a sword. It was an aluminum sword just to, do the thing. And I talked like Mr. Krabs the whole time. It was pretty fun, man. It was great.
Oh, that's awesome, man. But one thing I noticed, because what like being little Tate, I asked him, "Did you ever get older to rock, right, or Suez, right?"
Yeah.
Shit. The thing that brought that up was fucking Urita. He couldn't find his fucking gold shellback certificate anywhere. He goes, "Not my record." I said, "Here's the dates and times." I sent a picture of mine. I said, "This is when we crossed it in 2000, even though we, like me and you, crossed it in fucking 97, I think it was, or early 98.
The Suez Canal or the
No, the equator.
yeah. I
See,
did the
we
Suez
crossed it
Canal
twice
too.
before 2000. 2000 was the second time we crossed it.
Yeah.
Got
I
looking.
actually I actually did the Suez Canal and I was at under instruction because I had just got on the boat and we left like April 1st, and I don't remember what day we did the Suez Canal, but I was the Atwell for it. Like I
But
stood there and had batteries release authority and all that stuff,
but we
learning.
got looking. I got looking back. I said, "Look, we crossed the international daylight, so we should have had Gold Dragon twice. So that's what that is. When I went to the bed, you got to go through the Straits of Gibraltar to get it to the fucking bed. Well, the Laboon didn't do none of that shit when we crossed the Suez Canal, going and coming back. I'm like, those motherfuckers didn't. And the only thing they gave us from that cruise was Operation Enduring Freedom.
Hold on, I got something I can show you guys.
Oh shit.
But I guess it depends on the command that you're on, right?
Yeah, they gotta put in for it. And if they don't put in for it, you don't get it.
Yeah. But actually, we can order that shit from Tiffany, the publishing company. We can, as long as we got the dates and all that shit.
Remember how the original shellback had the mermaid's tits on there? Then they took them off
Well,
because I have both of them. I have my original golden one where the tits are on there, see the nipples and shit. The next one is erased off.
well, the one I got 2002, right? What? And those motherfuckers on Laboon became gold shellbacks on the fucking Laboon. It didn't have the tits, right? At all.
Didn't. And they got rid of it like shortly after we got them.
I mean, you're right. The gold shellbacks. I got 3 of them. You know, the first one has it, the golden one does,
No.
and the third one does not have it. And stuff, but yeah, I mean,
I think those are, but you can order it. You can order
through Tiffany, and that's where I had to have the dates for an Operation Enduring Freedom for certificate I lost. I reordered it yesterday through Tiffany. You know, because I had to go back to the Laboon, look back at their history, right? You know, because it says right there every deployment, right? See, ours in 2002 was fucking Operation Southern Watch and Operation Enduring Freedom because we did both in the same fucking cruise. You know, so I had to go back and get those fucking dates.
And you can order them all.
Yeah.
It's like my blue nose went up to the, up north.
See, that's what's, when I was on the moon, right? When we went up north, right? We didn't fucking do any of the blue nose shit.
Oh, can't see it.
Can't see it, Rocky.
Golden Dragon.
Oh, nice.
How the fuck did you get that?
It says
What ship? What ship? What
USS
ship?
Abraham Lincoln.
The
How come the 5? How come we didn't get on the 5? We crossed that bitch fucking 3 times. Me and you did.
Crossing the international date line.
Dayline. Yeah. See,
And then-
remember when we left, Yoko, back to fucking, Everett, Washington, we crossed the thing. We never got one on the 5 either.
I know. And then I got let's see. Suez Safari, the Suez Canal.
Yep. See, I should have had that too. And I was like, but the Laboon didn't do none of that shit. The only what they did was Operation Enduring Freedom, which, okay. But you know what? If you got all these things that they could do, they should put you in for.
Here's another shellback certificate. I have my original one. It's way bigger.
Yeah, I still got.
Smaller now.
Well, I still got my original. I don't have my
line.
Yep.
And then
That's a newer design.
yeah. I got Order of the Rock, and this is for the Strait of Gibraltar.
Yeah. Yep. But see, the only one I have framed on the shellback one is the gold one. This stuff. See, when I got to Laboon, they knew I was a shellback. But a lot of them did not know I was a gold shellback. They're like, "You're a gold shellback?" So when we start doing our fucking
Oh, around the world. Nice.
Yeah,
on the Lincoln, right?
Like the amount
That's the Magellan one.
the amount of time that I did at sea with in the Navy, even though it was really just 2 ships, I could have gotten every tattoo that every sailor gets, right? And then I had my sailors drew me a picture of like a Davy Jones for a tattoo. One of my guys, he made chief a couple years ago. He was a second class, made first class, then he made chief after I got out. And like he would draw me a picture, say, "Hey man, can you draw me something like a Davy Jones?" He's like, "Sure thing, chief." Because like I said, a lot of the guys on that ship, they liked me a lot because I just treated them like people, right? And so they gave me some cool ass drawings, and I have it somewhere. So like, if I ever get a Davy Jones tattoo because I actually got to be Davy Jones, I'm gonna do it. It's cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Let me put these things.
Like, you got the round the world, right? We've all 3 sailed around the world, just saw not one time. Ours, like mine, I know Little Tastes is broken up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's broken up between the East and West Coast.
Where you get the Magellan one, that's supposed to be, if I remember correctly, when you do it, in one fucking cruise.
We did because we were out there so dang long because we went from an East Coast ship to a West Coast ship
Yep.
because it went into the yards or whatever to get the reactor or whatever it is. I forget what it is.
Was that on the stick? That was the stinking Lincoln, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's so weird, man. When I was like, I'm going to the Abraham Lincoln, I remember when that used to be parked across the street from the Fife,
Yeah.
Everett, man.
And my cousin Daniel was stationed on that motherfucker too when
Who?
we was there. My cousin Daniel was stationed there.
Yeah,
And
because
when we was in Japan, right?
Shitty
My
Hawk.
his brother, my other cousin Donnie, was stationed on the Independence the same fucking time we was there.
You didn't see him?
No, we didn't know one another at that time.
Oh. But like, I got these right before I retired, and they say surface warfare, but I ended up getting my air warfare shortly thereafter. But because I didn't have my air warfare at the time, I did not put air warfare on it because it's not accurate. So I was like, I'm gonna be true and be like, yeah, I was just a surface warfare guy at the time, and then I got my air warfare later.
Well, see, I told you Rita because he couldn't find it. He did have it. I said, here's the date, send a picture by. You know, when we crossed 2000, right? You know, I said, hey, you can still order it from Tiffany publicly. You can still order it from there. And they should have records of all that shit. Anyways.
Yeah, they do. There's a website I ordered all this stuff on, and I screwed up. They screwed up the spelling of my name, so I had to order all new ones. I was kind of mad about that, but I got it. So someday I'm going to frame this stuff. That's a cool picture in the background, dude. I like that shit.
I'm gonna switch to, and that's where it's gonna stay. Reminds me of like Assassin's Creed Black Flag.
See, like you talk about shellback stuff, the fucking, you know, like the one that where it says gold shellback.
Yeah.
They couldn't find that anywhere online. I said, you're not gonna find that online at all. I said that was made for that fucking cruise. When we started ordering fucking, you know, cruise jackets and all that shit, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the golden
patch,
shellback. We did that because we passed the international date line.
Yeah, but I'm saying I didn't get this one, the one that I had commissioned on my gateway.
Uh-huh.
I didn't order that one until 2002, which that was made for that deployment on Laboon. Because all the other gold shellback ones, that's the only one that I had commissioned that you can't find. I took a picture of it. It sent them that the gateway. I said, hey, I want this in the middle.
I think I can find it.
Huh?
I think I can find it if we don't have it because I made a copy of my service record.
No, I'm saying like that patch that's showing on my background.
Yeah.
That right there, you ain't gonna find that one online. Because every gold shellback patch is different out there. If you look. But yeah, you really couldn't find it in his fucking service record at all.
Really?
2000. Yeah.
I'll have to dig mine out. I know it's still in there.
I know mine's in there. You know. But one thing about the Navy that pisses me off, see, like the Army and Jarheads, right? They put in all that shit what you did, right? Well, see, before they started handing out medals for Operation Enduring Freedom, right? Or global war on terrorism, right? Like they gave us certificates for the medals. And then all of a sudden people start getting medals for like Operation Enduring Freedom and all that bullshit, right? But we was in there time frame. It states right there on Laboon's fucking history that we was part of Operation Enduring Freedom in 2002. But yet the Army or Navy just puts in the fucking, you know, for the armed forces bullshit, right? For Operation Southern Watch, that's all they put in for. But yeah, we got a certificate from Operation Enduring Freedom. So technically, I'm missing a fucking medal and a fucking ribbon, you know, for my, you know, stack.
Yeah. I'm trying to, I'm going to the engineering department, see if I can find some old pictures.
But one thing I fucking need to redo on my, But one thing I need to redo on my goddamn, my ribbons. Remember the Coast Guard one we got for fucking, Alaskan airline plane crash?
Yep.
I'm missing my fucking O for that bitch.
Let me check my stuff. I might have one and I can mail it to you if I have.
Well, I just need to get my ass down to fucking Whiteman Air Force Base and just fucking go to the fucking exchange and get new metal. You know, new
How
metals, new
close are
fucking
you to
ribbons.
Fort Lost in the Woods?
Huh?
How close are you to Fort Lost in the Woods?
5 hours.
Oh wow.
Whiteman Air Force Base is fucking closer, 47 miles from my house. But I need to redo all my fucking metals and shit because I can't even find half my metals anymore. You know, but no, I got asked all the fucking time about like when I went to Chicago, right? When I got to Laboon,
Mhm.
how the fuck do you have a Coast Guard fucking ribbon of metal? I'm like, the Alaskan fucking airline plane crash off the coast of fucking San Diego or California. I said, that's why. I said, we beat the Coast Guard there. Because we turned around, because remember we was all the way back to Everett. We turned back around right around Frisco
Yeah.
and went back.
That was a weird situation, man, when that
I,
happened.
I know. And I was getting ready to, when we got back, I was on leave, right? When we got back, and I was flying out back home to Kansas City, here in Missouri. I was flying to Kansas City on Alaskan Airlines. I was like, oh, fuck, how's this going to fucking go?
You remember seeing the plane seats floating,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
all that stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
We
we
didn't find no body. The only thing we got there was that we saw the fucking everything floating, but thank God no bodies were fucking floating. But that still takes a fucking mental toll on you. You
Yeah,
know
it
the
was.
motherfuckers are down there.
Or remember when in 1998 where we found that dead body in the ocean
Yep.
and they put it in the freezer or the
Yep.
fridge? That was crazy too.
And yeah, and a lot of people ask me, "What was if someone if someone dies out to sea, where do you put it?" I'm like, in the fucking freezer. I said, that's where you put it.
right next to the chicken.
Yeah, and they're like, "You're full of shit." I said, "No, I'm not full of shit. That's what we do with it."
Yeah, that was the thing too.
I said,
That was weird though, man. Back in that day where that uh that dead body was there, and I don't know if it was someone that was killed or if it was a hurricane or some other shit.
I don't know, but it it kind of spooks you. And that's getting back to the ghosts, right? You said you see ghosts other people have, like Macaulay, right? I never did, but like I know other guys that made too. When they walked into Bay too, right? They could see that guy hanging that killed himself, that hung himself at the top level, right?
I've never seen that.
I never did, but other people had said they'd seen that guy hanging,
Did
just
they
sitting
know
there.
who it was?
They knew who it was. Well, the people who saw it didn't know who it was. But when I got to the five, remember Stafford, GSM1 Johnson, right?
Yeah.
And even Boswell said the same thing that, hey, there's a guy, a fireman or whatever, third class, fucking hung himself up there after he got bad news that his wife was cheating on him.
Oh man, there's a red pill moment for you.
And I mean, but I
Yeah.
never had any ghost encounters on the five where other people have. Some people, Commander Tobias, right? The one right before Carpenter.
They said he still hung around there or something like that. I
Yeah,
heard rumors about like his ghost was still on a ship, but I never saw him.
I never did either. I mean, if I did, I just didn't recognize any of that shit. Because I still believe there's only certain people that's allowed to see into the spirit world.
Yeah.
That part.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I got a crazy story from Japan someday. A couple of crazy stories, especially like the first time when they said that there was some kind of samurai under the bridge right where the docks were.
Yep.
And I don't know, man. I think I saw something. It was when I was with PJ, with Jacobson.
Yep.
I think we were out there and we saw something, but we were like, let's get the fuck out of here or something like that. And it was raining and fucking cold too.
I
So,
mean, there's all kinds of shit that goes on that it's hard to explain.
oh yeah, yeah, dude. I mean,
Shit,
I
I still want to see a fucking mermaid. So I want to see.
but yeah, there was some stuff to that. Like I remember when I got there, they told me about the guy that killed himself on the quarterdeck.
Yep. Well, remember right before we got there, remember that one motherfucker jumped off, went up to the bridge, jumped off, dove off that motherfucker to get out.
Who was that?
Can't remember his fucking name, but it was right before
Was it the
we
guy
got there.
that was like he was like a seaman, but he was trying to be a quartermaster, and they
Yeah,
took him the mask, and he wore an officer's uniform with the quartermaster thing right here, but he wasn't.
and he jumped. The one guy jumped off the fucking went up there, told the captain whatever, right? It jumped off while he's out to sea. Of course,
Yeah,
they stayed his ass right out of the Navy.
yeah. I mean, remember McSwain, the boatswain?
Yep.
He was a deck seaman, then he went UA in Hong Kong. When we went to Hong Kong the first time, and then we pulled into San Diego sometime in 1998 or 1999, and he was there
It was 98 because we
or
after we
something
left
like.
Hawaii, I remember us instead of going around to Everett, we went to San Diego first because Carpenter had family there for some his wife or somebody, right? Was there. And that's one of the reasons why we spent a lot of time in San Diego too. Even with Captain Commander Fields, we spent a shitload of time in San Diego. And Hubert,
Or what about that time? I don't know if we were in the yards or whatever, where the XO got on the thing and said, "Stop acting like the Huns of the North," because there was a ship that was being decommissioned, and everybody was going to that ship and taking everything. You guys are like the Huns of the North.
Was the USS Hewlett, and I was part of that crew with
yeah, right.
we were actually, what happened was is we were getting parts, and then we ended up taking the Exo's furniture because he was still there. We didn't realize he was there. And me and MS1 Case took his furniture. And then what really shut everything down was somebody took the commissioning plaque off the quarterdeck.
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious,
So it
dude.
was
I
like
just
we were stealing so many parts off that thing, and nobody needed a 1049. It was just check it with the quarterdeck, go grab what you needed, and leave. Because we were stealing parts off the lube oil purifier on the pier, and Marmac or whatever their Cermac, whatever theirs is, their maintenance facility, was running down the pier like, you can't take those parts from us. And we're like, don't see your name on it. Stealing all kinds of shit off of it on the pier.
that is hilarious.
Yeah, that was when we were called the Huns from the North, and actually held that title for a while. Like we got into a lot of shit for that one.
Yeah, I remember that. I wasn't any part of that because I think I was in our division at the time, and
He
we
was.
were in something else at the time.
Yeah, because I was a fireman, and Durst was like, "You want to go have some fun?" And I was like, at the time I was cranking, so I was like, "Yeah, let's go." He's like, "Grab your tool bag," and that's when we right down the thing and went to town, dude.
That was SEMA.
Yeah, what?
Kissimmee, that's what it was on the West Coast, SEMA.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's right, because they had that barge up at Everett too.
Yeah. Because on the East Coast, it's called Merrimack or whatever the fuck it's called. It's not SEMA. West Coast, for some reason, it's a different name.
Yeah, and Cermac is what, Florida?
Yeah.
Southeast.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, that was from us. That was all me and us guys.
I mean, if they told us to go fucking rummage shit, we're gonna go rummage.
Oh yeah. That was actually really dangerous though, because we were taking the low pressure starters or the high pressure starters off, and there was no ventilation in any of the engine rooms, so all the synthetic on them was just sitting there hanging out. That shit almost made me pass out in 3 gen.
Well, that's one of the reasons why anybody that's served in the Navy, especially the engines like us, if they have breathing problems to this day, need to put it for the PAC Act because that synthetic lube oil is part of that shit, along with AFFF.
Yeah, and fuel.
Well,
Yeah,
it is.
because hell, we used to wash the bilges with fucking AFFF oil. We used to fucking flood the engine room with it and walk in this shit. You know, they didn't tell us this fucking. And one time, fucking, who was it? Was it Garcia that dumped fucking Halo, doing the maintenance on the Halo and fucking main two? Dumped it on us while we was fucking working?
That was CO2. CO2.
CO2? I thought it was fucking. I'm talking about the Halo system.
No, we didn't have any in that engine room.
And when we first got there, yeah, we did. We had a Halo. When I first got the 5, we had the Halo shit.
Halon 1301.
Yes.
I remember
Then we got the CO2.
No, we had CO2 installed. No, we didn't. Because I've humped so many CO2 bottles into the engine rooms
We also had Halo too. I remember we had that when we got there in '97.
from them.
Yeah.
There was no Halon 1301.
That when you was all there, but I'm saying when me and Rocky got there, we had it.
Did you all have Halon on there?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah.
had to learn about it. We actually had to learn about it. It was in the PQS and everything.
Yeah.
I don't remember ever having to deal with it anywhere.
Because we got away from it. They changed that to CO2 before you got there.
Then why did we go back to Halon on the other ships?
I don't know.
If you guys got rid of it and had CO2 fixed flood, then why did we get rid of CO2 fixed
But the
flood?
CO2 that we had was for only for the turbines, not Halon. Halon was for the engine room itself. The CO2 was for the modules, for the engines.
That might be so because I don't remember dealing with any of the Halon. It was all CO2 fixed flood for the
I
engine.
remember my motherfucker setting it off. Somebody setting it off when I was inside the fucking one alpha one day.
That was
Oh.
probably Vaughn's ass.
Yeah.
Because
And
I
they fucking
go
made too. The Halo system got set off one day while we was down the lower level working on something. We're like, what the fuck? That we all had to go into the fucking escape hatch, go up to the best decks to get the fuck away from it.
Oh, to main one, right? Main one.
Main two.
yeah,
The
main
main two escape hatch came out right into best decks.
That's right. That's right. I remember that.
yeah, similar to the DDG.
I don't remember if it was fucking Garcia or who the DC was at that time that set it off. But that was all the way back from fucking from Yoko to Everett, Washington when that shit happened.
Even there then.
And that shit's fucking deadly debris. That shit too, Halon is.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I remember that. I don't know who it was though, man.
I don't remember. I want to say Garcia, but I think Garcia at the time was still the designated fireman too at that time.
Well, we've been on for 4 hours, boys.
I'm about ready to get off because I've been snacking on my McNuggets and I'm ready to eat. So I'm starving.
All right. Well,
So-
All right.
We'll call it a night and
Yep.
good seeing
Thank you to everybody who has watched this on live stream or going to watch it later. You know, we talk forever sometimes, but you know what? We don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
Goodbye.
We hope you all enjoy it. Have a good night.
Later.
Ed live streaming.